Hello, chat. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today? I hope you all are doing well. Lovely to see you. I am I'm very I would say I'm tired, but I'm not like crazy tired. I'm not fresh awake either. So I'm just kind of here. I'm gonna stop playing Odyssey in the background so that I can actually focus on starting stream. Because I was just like trying to make sure I remembered how to play the game, and I was running around for a minute. I didn't collect anything, so nothing that wasn't already collected. But I hope you all are doing well. Go over to the other screen. Oh, that's right. Because of the Fugi stuff, I forgot about that. Where am I at? There I am. I wonder if the because the Discord overlay I can't use that. So I imagine the does my thing work? Probably. Hopefully. Hopefully today it'll work and I don't have any problems with Fugis anymore because I know that shit was cringe the other day. I know last night when I was doing some stuff, when I was doing recording and whatnot, it was working just fine. But uh, regardless, hope you all doing well today. It is lovely to see you. I am tired, truthfully. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I've been busting my ass last couple days, working on stuff. Working on stuff in the background, but also prepping for other related things. This week is going to be hectic. Really hectic. So, it'll be an interesting week. It'll be a very interesting week this week. On today's agenda, on the Yufii agenda, we're gonna be getting up to some fun times. We're gonna play the rest of Odyssey today. And after we finish up Odyssey, we'll see where the night goes. So we'll see. I turned down my music just a little bit more though. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. Today I'm gonna finish up Odyssey and then we'll see what my feelings are afterwards. I was thinking about maybe at some point I want to film some more stuff, but I'm gonna jump in VC because I know Arm will probably be in VC at some point once he's ready to. Oh yeah, that's right. My fucking reactive. This. uh, I figure Arm will be in VC once he's realizes I'm gonna be in V. Well, I don't know. He'll join when he's good and ready, because I know he's gonna play Liza P for a bit. So he probably already is playing Liza P. So I imagine he'll jump in VC once he sees it. If he jumps in VC today, but I figure we'll get up some fun little things. Maybe we'll play something. But I found another game recently. I was talking about Scamline the other day. I found another game and I found it yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, this is interesting." And it's Super Battle Golf, and it seems like it's pretty popular. I'm not gonna lie. There's quite a few people on my friends list who already own it, so I'll probably grab it, and I'll probably play it. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But I'm I'm kind of just chilling. I'm kind of just chilling. But my plans today is I'm gonna yap. I'm gonna finish up Odyssey, and then afterwards I'll do whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. But regardless, I won't spend too much time sitting here talking about it much. I got like one thing written down. I wrote this down on a post-it note last night. And I was like, that's hilarious. And I have to tell you guys about it. But I'll tell you guys about it. I wrote a thing down on a post-it note where I simply said the words Rocky Balboa does the I don't know what the dance is called, but all I know is I seen it in a GIF. It's the dance where like you put your hands like in front of you vertically and you move your hips around in a circle. And I was like, this is funny. I gotta find the I gotta find the I don't know what the dance is called though. But it's so fucking funny. And there's no reason for it to be funny. But it's just the idea of it's just the idea of Rocky at the end of the movie, Rocky Balboa at the end of the movie, just chilling, says, "Hey, Adrian, I did it," and then he does the dance right afterwards. I don't know why. It's so fucking funny. I'll have to show you guys what I mean later. I'll pull up the dance image so you can see what I'm talking about. But it'll make more sense. So I'll probably bring it up again later tonight. But spent last night and earlier this morning working. I was working on filming some stuff. Aaron helped me this morning and late last night helped me film some stuff in Gmod. I finished editing it this morning. I was putting it off actually, funny enough. I was putting off editing. I was like, I'll just do it later today. But no, I actually sat down and fucking got it done in like 30-ish minutes, 45 minutes. Cuz I had a lot of footage to go through. But it was actually really good. It was really good. So I wanna do more stuff like that. I just gotta come up with an idea. But as far as I was able to tell, people like the video that I put out today on Shorts. Let me actually go and post that in Discord because I have been posting Shorts every single day for the most part, other than like once a couple days ago because YouTube was dog shit. So let me go ahead and post that in Discord real quick. Um, where is it? Where? New short today. I should probably go and post it on TikTok as well, but because people who are on TikTok never leave TikTok. They never leave TikTok, so I could probably go and post it on TikTok and be like, here it is. Let's see. But yeah, like I said, plan today. We're gonna sit down, play Odyssey, and that'll be it. That's pretty much the plan. I don't have any other plans for today. And Undertale. Yeah, go take a look at the short if you haven't seen it already. I will be, for the most part, just chilling. Uh, Hi Kai, how's it going? Fucking, I love the fucking thumbnail that it chose for TikTok. What's up, Balak? Oh my fucking god, that's funny. I wish I could have made that the thumbnail on fucking YouTube. Holy shit, that's hilarious. It's gonna Going good. The golf game's amazing. Oh, I've seen. I've seen. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Chat, I have to show you this. Fuck, I can't show you though. Let me just take a picture of it. I have to like, because I can't show you because it's trying to show my location on TikTok. So this is the cover it chose for fucking. That's funny. Okay, let me show you. The default fucking thumbnail. Let me see if I can like zoom in here. How do I fucking how do I zoom in? Oh, fuck. So fucking funny. Oh god, if I could have made that the fucking thumbnail for fucking YouTube, I would have. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh fuck. That's so hilarious. Chat, please go watch that short. Please. It's so fucking funny. It's on YouTube. It went out today. Please interact with it. Give it, put a comment, put a like on it, put a comment underneath. It will literally help it in the algorithm. But yeah, no, Kai, I do know about the golf game. It it's pretty good from what I've seen. I watched some people play it, and it looks great. Oh fuck, dude! Holy shit, that's hilarious. uh, See, why couldn't that have been the fucking thumbnail on the YouTube side? Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh fuck. Anyways, today's agenda, the Yufii agenda. We're gonna play Mario Odyssey. We're gonna finish it up, and then I'm going to figure out what the fuck I want to do afterwards. So that's the plan. The fucking I'm still like it's still so fucking funny. And the thing is like there's another joke that goes along with that picture because in that picture we had set up and by we I mean Aaron had the idea to set up Vegeta in the Yamcha pose. My idea was Vegeta was gonna be there uh waking up with a bottle of tequila in his hand, which there's still tequila on the ground next to him and stuff, and he's got a tequila bottle in his hand, but he's like, let's put Vegeta in the Yamcha pose and put the bottle in his hand. I'm like, I fuck with it. So, but yeah, that's oh yeah, also, we listened to it at the very, very, very start of stream, but I listened to a band that I found yesterday. They're called Anime Titties. I'm not joking, that's literally their name. And this is the song we listened to at the start of stream. I gotta turn up their music though. They're a little quiet. And I was like, I fuck with these people. So I'll let it play one more time. And and then, and then we'll just let our music run wild for as long as we're, you know, actually listening to music before we play Mario Odyssey today. Oh my fucking god, dude. The fucking Vegeta death pose is so fucking funny. It's fucking even in Discord it's fucking it's funny. Oh, that's so funny. I'm just so attached. Funny. Oh fuck. Okay, let me make my post for Blue Sky and then we'll get started today. Uh Anyways, let's close that out. Let me see here. Fuck, dude. Today's already gonna be a good day. I can feel it. For right now, today's gonna be a good day. I can feel it. Today is gonna be a pretty okay day. It is not gonna be mediocre. Today will be good, for the most part. And just say you love me. Just say you love me. Just say you love. Oh, what is this? Ooh. I've been told of a website. Yo, there's a MySpace for VTubers now. That's crazy. Please give. Well, I gotta get on there. Give me 1 second, chat. Sorry, I saw that there's a MySpace for VTubers. I gotta know. Yep. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to. I was told there's a MySpace for VTubers. Not that there wasn't already a fucking MySpace. Can we just go back to MySpace, please? Like, come on now. Where the fuck am I? What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright. Alright, sorry chat. I was caught up in the was caught up in the MySpace knockoff for VTubers. Anyways, today's agenda, today's on the Yufii agenda today, I'm gonna fucking finish up Mario Odyssey. That's the plan. Uh and after we finish up Odyssey, I'll probably fuck around and find out. So that's pretty much it. That's literally it. Also, uh, if I can figure out what the name of that dance is, I'll explain more about the dance. Chat. If you don't know, um, there's a dance thing that I've seen constantly on and off, and I don't know what the name of the dance is. All I know is, uh, I can look up the dance. I can look it up. I just don't know what the dance is called. But you put your arms up in front of you, like vertically, and you move your hips around in a circle. And I don't know what that dance is called. But I like I said, I don't know what the fuck is what it's called. Uh, if I could find the name of it, then I'll say what it's called. But I I envision that the dance would be even more hilarious if we could see somebody like see it implemented in the most random places. Case in point, the end of the Rocky Balboa, the Rocky movies. You know, the Rocky movies where Rocky's like, Adrian, I did it, and then he just does that dance, and I don't know why. It's just so fucking funny to me. I thought of it this morning, and I was like, this is funny. I'm writing this down on a post-it note, and I'm putting it on my keyboard, on the armrest for my keyboard, not my actual keyboard itself. Uh, and it's just sitting here with along with a bunch of other stuff, like genuine, like a bunch of other stuff. Uh, that is also on my keyboard, on the same post-it note specifically. Uh, I gotta figure out if I have to. I would show you guys the post-it note. However, there is um there is a company on the post-it note, so I can't exactly do that. I could probably like, you know, try to write it out and like keep it from being like existent. But I don't know if this company is local or if it's not. So I'm trying to. I'll try to do it that way eventually. If I ever decide to show you guys post notes, I can actually like, you know, show you what the post notes say. Because, you know, a company decided to put their fucking logo on a fucking post-it note of all things. Like, really? I'll probably just get some post-it notes that don't fucking have a company's name. I can remove their phone number, but that's about all I can do. But if you're curious as to what the post-it note says outside of the company thing, uh, I have a bunch of things wrote down on it. The Rocky Balboa does the Homer Simpson dance with the hip movements. I have a sentence on the post note that says, "Chat, is this real?" I've got two sevens, a two, and a Z, and then just a random A written down on it. My reasoning for the random numbers and letters is because I was testing something with writing. I was like, would this letter and or number look cooler to me with a dash through it? And I determined that 7 and Z looks cooler. 2 does not. But it's also I also just do sevens like that. That's just how it is. But I didn't know if Z looked cool or if 2 would have looked cool. But yeah, that's pretty much what's on this post note. That's all there is. It's literally nothing else. It's just chat, is this real? The numbers and the letters, and then Rocky Balboa does the Homer Simpson dance with the hip movements. That's probably from Fortnite. I didn't write the last part on there, but up to the hip movements is what I wrote on it. I'm gonna remove this post note so I don't fucking just have it on my fucking keyboard. If I can ever get some more fucking post-it notes that aren't fucking branded, a branded fucking post-it note. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Come on now. Uh, let me look here. I'm taking a look at some stuff. But yeah, we're gonna get started with Mario Odyssey here shortly. I just wanted to go ahead and take care of some stuff. Okay, some ads are playing. Cool, great. Actually, you know what? That's good timing. That's actually great timing. Ads are playing. I'm gonna do some squats. Great timing, actually. We have 50 squats to do. I don't know if we're gonna do all of them. We might just do 25 just to get started. All right, let me get my squats out of the way, and then we'll switch over to Odyssey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 20. 21, 2, 3, 4, 25. All right, chat. 25 squats are done. We'll do 25 more here in a bit. I wanted to get those out of the way since an ad started playing. Okay. Let me go ahead and switch over to Odyssey. By the time I get switched over, my brain is going to be I don't know. My brain will be my brain. Okay. Whew, I need a minute to catch my breath. Because I just did 25 fucking squats in a row. I think we'll go ahead and we'll get one more song in. One more song in. And then we can fuck around for a bit. Different empty promises. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm like, I'm still catching my breath. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. All right. Ads are about to end, and we will get started with Mario Odyssey. Empty promises. Welcome back from the ads if you were dealing with ads. Don't worry, we just did some squats. And after the squats, I put on another song, and once the song's over, we're gonna switch over to Odyssey. I know there's gonna be an ad playing soon, so I was like, we'll just get it out of the way. Because I can't avoid the fucking first ad, because Twitch hates me. Also, chat, we're gonna be streaming the next 4 days. We're streaming up until Wednesday. And then after Wednesday's stream, I'll be back on Friday. Why though? Today's Sunday. Tomorrow's Monday. Tuesday's my anniversary. And Wednesday is just another day that we normally stream. So literally, that's all there is to it. So we're gonna be streaming for we got 4 streams ahead of us. Anniversary stream, I haven't decided on what I'm doing yet. I'm thinking about maybe I'm slowly becoming more and more open to the idea of I'm slowly becoming more open to the idea of rewatching my debut. I'm gonna hate it though. I want that to be known. And if I do rewatch my debut, it's probably gonna get turned into a video. So more than likely. And I might actually sit down and edit it, but I don't know yet. But anyways, Mario Odyssey. It's time to switch over to that. No more music. Cringe. Oh, just in time for the game to go dark. That's cool. But yeah. Mario Odyssey, we haven't played this in about 2 days. I have, however, been kind of just like letting it sit. Turn it down just a little bit, because it is a little loud. But we have a lot to finish. Unfortunately, I have not touched anything in the game since we last played. So the plan is to literally just finish up what we have. We're literally just going to finish up what we have left. And once we do, cool. Also, expect the game to freeze here and there. It's because there's something weird with, like, either Odyssey itself or it's something on my end. I'm not positive. That's coins. I don't want that. Yeah, of course. I don't know if it's Odyssey or if it's Archipelago. I'm not positive. All I know is that it could be my capture card. But I don't know. I mean, the capture card didn't do this before, so I'm assuming it's not the capture card. But I don't fucking know at this point. It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell because I don't know if it's Odyssey or not. Because it never did like this, the thing that it's doing right now before. So my guess is Odyssey just hates me. It just hates me. And 1.0 Odyssey just fucking sucks. Story Moon. Can I please? Oh my god. That scares me so much every time it fucking freezes. Please stop freezing like that. Maybe it's like a... I don't know, maybe it has to be something with Odyssey because I don't think it's the capture card, right? There's no way it could be the capture card. Let me try switching the thing to like other. Or like just like try to capture it. Maybe try to switch it to this and maybe it'll fix it. I don't know, man. It's kind of hard telling because like it's fucking It's hard telling because there's no way of knowing like if it's actually Odyssey or if it's the actual like, you know. I think it's got to be Odyssey, right? Odyssey. Oh wait. Mario Odyssey 1.0. Cause I don't know if it's actually the oh fuck. It could be I don't think it's the capture card because it didn't do that before, so. Oh my god, dude, I'm terrified. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. It could be literally a number of things. I don't think it's the capture card though. Pretty positive. I think Odyssey's just cringe sometimes. Oh my god. Ow. Ow. Can I please not jump into the fucking thing? Is there even anything up there? Not that I need. I don't even need the one up here, man. Okay. You know what? It's fine. Get me the fuck out of here, man. I don't need either of these moons. I just need the story moons. Oh, I need a hammer bro for this. Yep, I'm widowed gutted. Oh, it's that hammer bro right down there. I went that way, so I probably gotta go this way, right? Please. Oh, God. Please stop freezing. I'm literally begging you. I'm literally begging you to not do that shit. Please. Oh my God. Please. I wonder if it is like a 1.0 thing. Because I'd be willing to change the version. If it is. As long as it would work still. That doesn't matter to me. Yep, yep, my fucking moons, man. Don't. What? Is it a full freeze? Uh-oh. That's a problem. Oh, that's like a... Oh! It fucking crashed! Okay, cool. Okay, so it is Odyssey. Alright, well, give me a second. Let me make sure it fucking actually connects again. I gotta fucking... God damn it, man. I fucking knew something like this shit was gonna happen. Oh, God, that means I'm gonna be set back so fucking long. I have to go back and do that again. Oh, man. That's not good. Let me make sure it actually, like, works. And doesn't crash on me. Also, we did get reconnected. I'm just trying to make sure that it, you know. That's crazy, though. Okay, so we need 3 more moons, which we can literally go get right now. Oh, they took away my flag over here, man. What the fuck? Hey, man. Get out of my way. Why are there 2? This is fucked up. How the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Ow. Ow! You fucking bitch! Alright. Maybe that was on purpose. Maybe we were supposed to just go this way. My nose is gonna be sniffling, by the way. I cannot help it. It is what it is. It is what it is. I can't do nothing about that. Gordon, I can't do nothing about it. Deal with it. Ow. I'll check and see if there's like another version of 1.0 on here later at some point and see if I can like use that version, because it seems like it's just fuck me. It seems like it's just like this version, because the Switch itself doesn't freeze. The game freezes. So I'm wondering if it's like a version of the game itself, or if that's just something that like I kind of just have to deal with. My greed got ahead of me and I was like, oh. Get me in the fucking cave, man. Bring me in the fucking place. Ugh. Wow. You brought me here. What? Oh, I see. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I wonder if that's what it is. It's got to be 1.0 though. Like, it has to be, right? That would make sense. Thank you for the moon. Very cool. Give me like 2 more, please. Isn't there another multi-moon in Luncheon? There's got to be, right? Cockatiel Showdown. Yeah, it's where you got to kill the bird. That's got to be a multi-moon, for sure. Oh, I couldn't just open the door. Crazy. Fuck you. I keep wanting to hold the throw button. Like it's gonna fucking make a difference. Like in terms of my running speed. But, it literally doesn't. It's literally not gonna do that at all, actually. Oh my god. I'm living life on the edge every fucking second. Truly. Ow. Every moment I live my life on the edge in this game. Thank you. Thank you, Cappy. Cap boy. Cap man. I'm just so fucking goated. What are we? Alright, I think this is a multi-moon, but I don't remember for sure. If it's not, that's gonna be rough. Come on, you little shit. I just want to live. Come on, Gordon. Let me live. That's a heart. Whoa. Ooh. Fuck you. Oh, wait. Sorry. I thought there was a cutscene there. Oh, please. Game. Don't do that. I bet 100% that this is the only version of 1.0 there is, because, like, it's 1.0. Why would there be anything else? Like, why would there be another version of 1.0? Maybe there's, like, a optimization thing I'll have to look into. Itch. I'll look into it. Because, like, I mean, while it could also be Archipelago, which I could just look into Odyssey thread, to be fair. I don't think it's the Switch. Genuinely. And I don't think it's, I don't think it's my capture card either. What the fuck? This is gonna fuck me up. bitch. Thank you. Get your dog ass out of here. I'm trying to win. Thank you for the multi-moon. I'm finally gonna be free of this fucking hellscape. Oops, wrong thing. Yep. Yep. Very cool. I've done it. I'm gonna look into that though. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Oh, that one. I'm looking, chat. I'm looking. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'll look into it though. I'll look into it after we finish the game. Get me the fuck out of this kingdom, man. I'm so tired of being here. Don't crash on me again. I was gonna be like, no, please. Free me from this hellscape. Alright, looks like we have like 1 or 2 more kingdoms to go. Probably 1, though, to be fair. But we gotta do the dragon fight, right? Now we can head to Bowser's kingdom. Yep. Take me away, please. Get me out of here. I'm ready to leave. Take me out of here. Since we took the time to there it is. Oh hey, Bowser's here. No. Mario's just like, That's crazy. Oh, wouldn't you know it? The Odyssey's broken again. No shit. No shit. I think the Odyssey's broken again. My guess is they want you to actually fight the dragon. Likely. Likely they want you to fight the dragon. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want. I love this fucking fight, by the way. This is such a cool little area. This whole kingdom's cool. Can you fucking hurry up? Ah! Ow. I forgot that. Forgot that. That's the thing. Fuck you. I forgot that was like a whole thing where like, you know, you kind of have to worry about him actually fucking hitting you. Can I have my heart? Thank you. Whoa. I don't know if you can one cycle it. Well, you can one cycle it. I just don't know it. I don't know how to do it, I guess is a better way to put it. Don't put it right there. You bitch. Ugh. Oh, that's definitely not gonna allow me to one cycle it. Oh, never mind. I'm literally the best. I'm literally super goated at this game. Thank you, thank you. Very cool. I love this area, though. It's so fucking cool. Like, out of all the areas in Mario Odyssey, you wouldn't expect a fucking fight like this. In a beautiful place like this. Anyways, give me my moons. It's just a fucking dragon. Like, of all the things that you put in this game, you just put a fucking dragon here. Which confirms the existence of dragons in Mario. Like, this kind of dragon, specifically. Not, like, other dragons. Because there are other dragons in Mario in general, but, like, dragons of that kind. Like, look at that motherfucker! That's so fucking cool! Anyways. Oh. So good. Oh. It just gave us the Odyssey power-up. Go to Bowser's Kingdom, and then I believe... Oh, no, are they sending us to the moon already? Damn. Oh, literally, they're sending us to the moon. Oh, is it because we got 120? That would make sense. So we literally skipped to the end. We don't have to do... we don't have to do it. Like, at all. I'll probably make... Next time we do AP on this game, I'll probably try to make it easier on myself. But I want to see if I can fix, like, the console, like, freezing. Not the console, but the game itself, I guess, is a better way to put it. Because I don't particularly know what the cause of it is. I'm assuming it's something with 1.0 Odyssey, but I like I said, I don't know exactly how it works. So I'll have to figure that out. And if there's another version I can just grab of the game, I'll do that. Like, if I can change the version of the game to, like, 2. Like, 1.1 or something, it would still work, you know? I would take what I can get, honestly. Yep. Very cool game, very cool. Definitely some weird bugs. Oh, God, I'm sneezing again. This is fucked up. Ow. You bitch. Oh. Yeah, that'll be a problem. Nope, please don't do that. Alright, hopefully we'll be good. We'll be fine. More than likely. But we're literally at the end of the game, so all we gotta do is literally just... We just gotta literally get to the end, essentially. Because we got all 120, so... It's just a matter of time. It's literally just a matter of time. See you later, bitch. I'm out of here. Let me guess, a bullet bill. I'm gonna be real, I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I managed to pull that off. I don't know how I did that. Truthfully. I'm just the best, apparently. Also, this is a gauntlet, by the way. I literally need to heal at some point soon. I'm fucked. Hey, man. Do you have any hearts around here? I really am, like, fucked up. Can I have some hearts? There's one. I see one. That's all I need. Fuck out of my way, bitch. I'm literally the best. Hey, Charging Chuck. What's good? Let me go. Oh my god. Straight lines. My worst enemy. Nope. I refuse. Please give me another healing. I'm desperate at this point. Oh, hey. That's a problem. I knew it. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Please do not put me at the back at the beginning. Oh my fucking god. Thank god they put me here. I forgot how fucking much of a gauntlet this fucking area is. Fuck you. Alright, all we gotta do is literally just charge forward. I'm not even touching the joystick. Alright, now we should be fine. Hey, what's good? I'm here now. Again. Nope. Stinky. You're stinky. Alright, one more time. Should be easy enough from here. She's not exactly a hard fight, it's just I'm fucking dumb. I'm fucking stupid. Alright. After this fight, it should be pretty easy. Goodbye, Madam Brutal. I'll see you later. I'll see you next time I play this game, probably. Get me the fuck out of here, man. Alright. It's literally just a wedding. I love no gravity. Hurry! They're about to get married! You gotta say objection or whatever they say. That's what they say. How's Mario even breathing? The hat. That's all there is to it. It's the hat. Hello, I'm here. Hey, what's up? Anyways. What did you expect was gonna happen, Bowser? You think I was not gonna be able to grab that? Bitch. That'll teach ya. Uh-oh. Well, I don't know how I dodged all those. I'm gonna be real. Hurry up, man. Doink. Thank you, thank you. I do tend to get lucky. I get very lucky. That's what happens. For not having played this game since, like, 2017, I do pretty okay. I don't know what the fuck that was. I could not tell you any of those last two moves. Those last two moves, I don't know what happened. Come on. Give me that. Yep. You're cringe. Die, please. Anyways, see ya. Get me the fuck out of here, man. I'm tired of being here. I'm ready to become Bowser. Are those two all right? I don't know. Hi, Peach. Let's go. Yes, I'm becoming Bowser. We need to hurry up and get out of here. Because if we don't, we're gonna die. That's cool. Anyways. Yeah, literally, we're at the end of the game. It's literally the last like few moments of the game. All we got to do is it's like a Halo Warthog driving thing section. It's literally just the Warthog run. Pretty much what this is. I got fucking love the old graphic. It's so cool. Everything's so cool about this game. Fun fact about the old graphics. Depending on the outfit you have, you can actually see the new outfit in the old graphics, which is really cool. It actually does do it. Like, the actual, like, outfit. Which is really cool. Oh, shit. Yep. That's how that works. Ba 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 ba, I'll fall away. Ba da ba. This is such a cool like moment in the game, and the music's so good too. And that's it. That's the end. That's literally it. Game over. And I'm about to send everything out. Not that I need to send anything out anyways, because I literally beat it. Like, everybody's beat their games. We'll go ahead and skip this. Beat the game. That's it. Mario Odyssey is done. You can skip this. We don't need to see anything here. Yep, I know about those. I've seen them. They're the blocks. So basically this is like post-game shit, but we beat the game, so like we don't really have to worry about that. But yeah, that's pretty much Mario Odyssey. In AP. I did beat my game. I don't need to do any of the other stuff on this list because I've already beat it. It's not sent my shit out yet though, which is weird. Because my YAML definitely was not set to anything after beating the game. I can look, but I'm pretty positive that it's not. I have it on this screen, so I'll look at it. Goal is the moon, literally. So I already did it. But it's not sending shit out, which is weird. Happy, thank you, very cool. We already did everything though. Why is it not sending shit out? It's weird. I literally got to the moon. It's so weird. They're not just gonna send out the goal. I'll head over to Bowser's Kingdom, send out the moons, or send out the stuff there, and see if it'll like do it from there. We'll see. Yep, very cool. And I'm in Bowser's Kingdom. Gosh. Oh, does it not think I've done it because I haven't beat Bowser's Kingdom? Okay, let's go fuck around with it. Let's go see. Because it's like, oh, you haven't beat Bowser's Kingdom, so what the fuck? You know? I do like this kingdom. So I guess I'll do it. It is a cool kingdom. I just, you know, sequence skipped a little bit. I think they should definitely fix that, though. Because if I got to the moon, then they should definitely not have said, hey, you haven't released yet, you know? Yeah, man. Give me my moon. I'll finish up this kingdom. That's fine. I don't mind. My guess is they probably haven't updated it so that it'll actually, like, you know, do anything. I think they should definitely update the game, though, to, like, non-1.0. Because I don't know what the thing is with 1.0 that people are, like, using. I know it's a lot of what a lot of the mods run on, but I don't think they should do that. I think they should run on whatever the fucking version is of the game. It would save me so much time and pain. Ow. Fuck you. I don't think I need this moon, but... Ow. What do I gotta do for this? Oh, do I just gotta get the moon? That makes sense, I guess. Oops. Can I please? Stop. Stop doing that. Oh, probably over there. My guess, anyways. Oh, you're like right over there. Yeah, I see it. Where do we see it? It's right here. Can I please have a heart? I'm fucking dying, please. Oh god. They're gonna... I'm not gonna survive. They said, nope. She's not allowed to survive today. Actually, fuck you. I'm hoping that after I beat this area, I'm hoping that it'll give me the actual, like, check to beat the game. Because it should have already gave it to me. But I'm assuming because I haven't beat Bowser's Kingdom, that it won't let me have the win. What is that noise? Mario Odyssey noise? Either way, doesn't matter. Get me the fuck out of here. Get me the hell out of here, Gordon! And they put a fucking flag over here, too? What is this, fucking Elden Ring? Give me all the fucking different fucking areas I can do. Fuck you. Hurry up. Ow. Fuck you. Hurry up. Oh shit. I didn't expect that. God damn it. I was trying to hit her with it, but she would not get hit. I didn't think that would happen. I'm gonna be real. That's stupid. I'll beat her this time. Put me in here. Let me fight her. I got the shit. Watch this. Okay. Game, don't freeze on me, please. I'm trying to actually play. Fuck you. Yeah, that's right. I'm literally the best. Fuck you. I'm literally the best at this game. Oops. Hurry up. Come on. No. Alright, she's gonna... Ow! Can you quit? Stop. Stop that. No! Stop. No. Come here. Alright. She's done. She's the coolest. Out of all the Brutals, I think she's the coolest. Actually, well, no, I like the guy who jumps a lot. Like, the guy who's jumping around a lot. He's pretty cool. Is there any hearts I can get, by chance? Oh, Bless. 1 heart. That's all I need. I'm gonna grab the other one, though. Because, you know. Hey, man. This one's literally just like, you know. Like, you expect me to fight this guy and not be like, oh, this is easy. Like, this is an easy fight. As long as I don't do some stupid shit and get hit, you know? Like that. Jesus Christ. Alright, shut up. Fuck you. I can already hear him. Very cool, Gordon. Very cool. Well, I think I know which one he is. Hey, man. Ow. Yep, very cool game. Thank you. Very cool game for you to freeze on me like that, you fucking piece of shit. Anyways. There's my power moon. Alright. So... we're pretty much, like... we're getting pretty close to beating it. We got, like, a couple more fights, but... you know. We still got a long ways to get to the top of the castle. It's, like, way up there. So, I think we have to fight Bowser again, but I don't remember. Do we fight Bowser or is it Brutals only? I don't remember. All I know is... not a fan of the game freezing. Definitely not a fan of it. It fucking sucks. Do they want me to... oh yeah, they want me to carry one over here. Okay, I see. You, come here. These guys probably can't fly. That's my guess. That's my guess anyways. Give me that. Who's got those in there? Oops. Okay, I'll just go fuck myself. Yep. There we go. Oh, almost didn't make that. I'm trying to, like, get up as quickly as possible, but... it's not easy, truthfully. These things are very difficult. Alright. Should be all we need to do. Should literally just be the thing up here. Which I think we fight. Hey, Bowser. Shut up. Oh no, we fight the Brutals. In their like big fucking mech or whatever the fuck. And that'll teach you. Shut up. Yep, that's... Yep. Mm-hmm. Totally. Fuck you. Get me the fuck out of here, man. Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. And now it's just, what's her name? Now it's literally just her. I think. I don't remember. Oh, hey, that's a problem. He's... Oh, no, it's two of them. Sorry. I don't... My memory's not the greatest. Of this fight. I thought it was just two of them, but... Two or three of them, but I forgot they do all of them. Because this is like the last time you fight them. The fuck? What up? Alright. One more of these and then we win. This is a long fight, by the way. Long fight. They love doing their long fights. But it's pretty straightforward from here. Ow. Would you please do their stupid bullshit? Come on now. Ow. God damn it. There you go, heal. Gotta find the thing to heal. There it is. Shush. Ow. God damn it, dude. I really be fucking up right here at the end. Come on now. Let me get that rock real quick. Hush. Nope. Keep throwing bombs at me. That's fine. What? You're telling me that didn't count? That's fucked up. Alright, we gotta clutch up. I gotta lock in, Gordon. I've got to lock in. Fuck you. Oh my god! I was not expecting that. Okay. Fucking die. Pussy. In-game. I was not expecting them to fall fucking on my face. Holy shit. Anyways. That should, in theory, be all I need to do. I went to the moon. I kind of sequence skipped a little bit, but... You know. Overall. Should be all good. Hopefully. In my fucking... It did not give me the completion. Okay, I'll go back to the moon, then. It says I need fucking 2 more moons. Why does it say I need 2 more moons? What is wrong with you? Stop saying I need 2 more moons. Don't say that. I don't want to get 2 more moons from this place. I don't know where 2 more moons are. Yeah, but 1 step away, and then off to the moon. Oh no, we got it. We got it. Now, are we going to get the completion thing? Because I did beat the game. I did beat the game. I may have sequence skipped a little bit, but I beat the game. Therefore, I should have it. Why are you sending me to across the moon? I don't want to go to the dark side of the moon. I went to the moon. Stop telling me about how, oh, you gotta go to the moon. I've already been to the moon. I've already done this. Look, I'm at the moon again. Yep, I'm here. Why is it not releasing? That's weird. I literally did it. Let me look. Release. I literally beat him. Uh, got to the moon, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I did beat Bowser. Technically speaking, I should... I should have had everything, right? Because I did all the fucking things. Unless it wants me to have done the fucking thing in Metro. Because I know Metro fucking piece of shit. I'm assuming it's a bug. That's my guess. I did beat it, though. I for sure did beat it. Because it literally says beat the game. So I technically won. I'm just going to go ahead and do this since I did beat it. I fucking did it. I mean, there wasn't literally anything else I could do. Apparently, it is a bug, though. There's a bug, so, like, if you try to fucking... If you beat the game, it'll still be like, oh, you actually haven't beat the game. Funny enough. Like, you actually haven't beat the game. Ever. Actually, you're not allowed to beat the game. But yeah, no, I did it, so... It should have released, but I guess it didn't think that I released. Even though I beat the game. It's a weird thing. Either way, we beat Mario Odyssey in Archipelago. We did it. It should have released during the Bowser like cutscene there at the end. But we did do it. So, I'm gonna go back to the other screen. I'll put some music back on. I fucking did it, Gordon. I beat Mario Odyssey in Archipelago. I can't believe it. That is a weird, like, bug, though. I don't know why it didn't release properly. And there is no, like... what's it called? So... Okay, so they do know about it being a bug. Okay, cool. They do know about it being a bug. Very cool. They haven't updated it yet, though, so... Why does it only work on 1.0? That's so weird. I'm gonna see about, if there's a way to, change the version to a different, version real quick. I'm just gonna look. Um, no, I know what. I'm literally already on the fucking version. Please. I wonder if there has to be like another version of the game where it's like, oh, here's the actual like thing. Not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. Your body matches. I don't know. I'm not seeing nothing. Oh well, it is what it is. I did beat the game though. That's all that matters. Uh, regardless, Mario Odyssey is done. We beat our AP. I am gonna go back to chatting, please, just chatting, and I'm going to see here. Move right through me on my way to you. That's so weird that Mario Odyssey like 1.0 like freezes a bunch though, and I don't know how to change that. Um, because like I don't think that's something that's like uh I don't think it's something with what's it called? With the Switch or the capture card for that matter, because like that doesn't happen on the Switch itself. So it's literally the game. So I'm gonna have to ask Mart and see if they know what the deal is, because they've played it. So I'm assuming they've also experienced it. Because I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's the capture card. I'm pretty positive that it's literally just the I'm pretty positive that it's just um the actual game itself. So hopefully it is. Hopefully that's what it is, because if it's anything else, I don't know how to fix that. Anyways, let me see here. What am I feeling like doing now that I'm done with that? It was a lot of fun though. I had a lot of fun with Odyssey. With Odyssey Archipelago. What do I feel like doing now? Hmm. That was a like, quick thing. Quick thing. Let me look at a few things here, and then I'll figure out what the fuck I want to do. I could boot up could boot up Final Fantasy for a bit. I don't know. Let me take a look at some stuff real quick. Let me see here. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, Chad. I was thinking about buying that golf game. I don't know. I don't think people are around for that today, to be fair. But I do know that it's good from what I have heard. So I might grab it because I think it'd be fun. I might as well. Marry me. All right, let me go ahead and grab this real quick. And I'll at least have that installed real quick. We're not gonna play it tonight, but you know, we'll have it. I need to do my Rivals stuff, honestly. I would play Rivals right now, but fuck, dude. I gotta get in that mood for Rivals. But I have so much left to do on the battle pass. I really should just do it because I don't fucking forget. Let me get this game downloaded real quick and then I'll think about what I want to do. I was thinking about maybe we could record some shorts tonight. That could be fun. Could be fun to do. Maybe. Maybe. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. 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 Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. What the fuck did I just see? Oh, the game is done. Okay. Game is done downloading. Very cool. Alright, cool. I have that game downloaded. Very cool. I could boot up Webfishing for a little bit. Just boot up Webfishing for a little bit and like yap. Webfishing? Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now. Because I'm feeling indecisive. I'm feeling indecisive. Alright, let me swap to the Webfish. I put some stuff in my title and Fimshing. Fimshing. Fish. Fimshing. And yapping. Alright, let me make a quick thing in the game and then we can swap screens. After I fix the fucking VSync bullshit because this game is never updated ever again. It's never been updated since the last time the dev worked on it. Alright. Up. And there we go. Webfishing is ready. I'm changing songs, by the way. I need to redo my shit. Yep, very cool. I think we fish for a bit, Gordon. I'm not feeling this angle, this camera angle. I think today we finished up Odyssey, and I think that's pretty cool. I might end up doing some short stuff later if I can think of some like ideas, because I was given the idea the other day to do more do like the whole cast of Undertale, but I was given the idea the other day because I was gonna do Vegeta's gonna meet Sans and Papyrus. That's the short, right? But I was gonna do that. That was my goal. I was given the idea to have Vegeta meet the whole cast, and that's why the short today was Vegeta meets Flowey, and then it just kind of like could end up spiraling into a whole series of it. Could. I like doing the stuff for today's short. I thought it was fun. We got the footage done last night, early this morning. and it was fun. I just here, let me move my camera so I can actually like properly track because I'm like angling myself in my chair a little bit. But it was a lot of fun to do. It's just like I need to sit down and go into Gmod and like actually like, you know, trying to get my my microphone a little bit more positioned here for myself. So you have to excuse me. That'll work. Um I had a lot of fun with it. I think it could be fun to continue that, but Jesus Christ. Is that the wait a minute, is that the alpha I needed? That was one of the alphas I needed. Holy fuck, I'm getting so close to the fucking oh my god, I have the alpha gold manta ray. I still need the other one, but like that's fine. I'm cool with that. Holy shit. I still need an alpha manta ray, but like holy shit. That's another fucking alpha. I think that was the first alpha I gotten of it. Cool. Um but I don't know. I don't have like a premise for Vegeta meets Toriel because I was talking with Aaron about it this morning when we were filming, and I was like, I don't know if Vegeta would react positively towards Toriel. I feel like he would. I got something in my brain of like how Vegeta would react, but at the same time, he's an asshole. So like, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of hard to like gauge how he would react. But I feel like it could be a funny bit where it's just like, here's the idea, because this is just popping in my head as I'm thinking about this. Vegeta meets Toriel, isn't really cool with her, like not like pissed off at her or anything, is meets her, is like, I don't like you, but you're not evil. And then so he's kind of like neutral with her. Um and then like he's like, well, I don't really want to fight you. I mean, we could have a nice slice of pie probably. And he probably gets upset at her, and then she's like, well, why don't you come in and have a pie with me? And then he's just reluctantly sitting at the table with her, having a pie with Toriel. It's like, I don't fucking want to be here, but like this pie's pretty good. And then that's the short. Like he's just like, he doesn't like her, but you know, it's like whatever. You gave me food. That's what I can see happening if he was to meet Toriel. But the problem is like, I don't really know if that works for me. Mr. Short got a phone call. That's okay. I need to run. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you later, Valek. I don't know though. I have no idea. I'll think about it. Because like if I do decide to do it, then you know I will. But I don't know. I don't know what like pops out to me. I definitely could like brainstorm some stuff, but there was a couple lines that I missed doing in the short for today. But we'll see. We will see. Oh, brings, I'll be there. I'll be there. Do 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 do. Chat, what I might do is I might run to the restroom after we catch like a fish or two. If we get down to 40 here, then I'll go run to the restroom. Because because I'll probably go run to the restroom and then we'll continue fishing. But I also need to check on the dogs because they probably have to go to the bathroom. So, but I don't know. I haven't decided on what I'm gonna do for the shorts. At least for tomorrow. I might end up doing another comic dub thing, but I'm just gonna, do what I can. I'll come up with some ideas and, you know, continue fleshing out stuff. See what I can do. All right, let's catch this and I'll go run to the bathroom real quick. I'll try to brainstorm some stuff while I'm gone, but I don't have ideas right now. So, anyways, I'm going to let the music play. I will be right back, chat. I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I had to go make sure the dogs were doing okay and make sure they went to the bathroom and whatnot. I picked up my controller instinctively. I I want to make sure the dogs were okay. So I took care of that and then went to the bathroom myself. So but we're good. We are all good. Maybe we'll fish for a bit though. And then I'll try to come up with like some ideas for shorts as well. Um but I'm not positive on how I would end up doing the rest of the Vegeta like Undertale thing. I have like ideas in my head for the Toriel one, but I don't have any ideas in my head for like other ones. I mean, the Sands of Papyrus one I kind of do, but I'll think of some stuff though, because like I have to deal with like a lot of shit, like in terms of like skirting around like different Undertale characters, because like Vegeta's like a piece of shit, so obviously that's gonna be a little bit harder. It's gonna be a little bit harder because I'm not positive on how I would even make Vegeta meet the rest of the cast. I definitely want to do it though because I don't want to just do like a one-off with that. So it'll probably be I'll have him meet Toriel and I'll think of an idea as to how to do it and then kind of go from there really. So there are ideas of like what I could do, but I'll figure it out. Maybe I could do like he meets Toriel, doesn't get along with her really at first, because he doesn't get along with anybody. Because he's very much an ass. He's very much an ass when it comes to trying to get along with anybody. So I could see him probably doing some shit where he's just like, she just kind of like slowly convinces him to be like, chill. He's like, I don't know. I don't know much about you, but if anybody tries to harm you, I will kill them in game. Like eventually, I feel like he would get to that point. You gave me food, and anybody who gives me food is worth protecting. He just wants a meal, man. That's all he wants. He just wants a meal. I don't know. I'm open to the idea of Vegeta being like cool with her, but I don't know how it would go otherwise. Ba 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 ba. I could see it being a case of them getting along. Like after Vegeta warms up to her. She's not like Bulma where like she just kind of commands him around. She's actually just kind of like chill. She's just like just chill with him. She's like trying to be caring, and Vegeta's not somebody who is that, I guess. So I feel like it's gonna be hard because like Vegeta has such a certain like attitude about him. Either way, it's probably just gonna be improv on the spot. Like not the I gotta get the premise down. That's what I gotta do. I gotta get the premise down so I can like figure out how to best uh handle Vegeta meeting Toriel. If I get the premise down, everything will be fine. I can just improv some lines. Vegeta walks into the ruins somewhere along the way. He meets Toriel. Because these shorts are gonna end up getting longer too. That's the other issue. Is these shorts are gonna get longer. And I'm afraid of them becoming just not shorts. So, I mean, I got 3 minutes to work with usually, but like, I could probably make it work. I can make it work. At this point, I might as well just fucking jump into Source Filmmaker, though. Realistically. It's there. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Ba ba. Coming up. It's 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 there. Press it on you. Just make it. That's what you do, baby. Ba 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 ba. I don't know. I'll think of something though. I'll definitely think of something because I've not got anything concrete like as to what I'll do. Nothing currently concrete, Gordon. Let me make sure I'm all good. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm just like some IRL stuff. I made some of that chicken last night, the spicy chicken. I might warm that up a little bit. I'm not gonna eat any, but I might warm some of it up here soon. I'm kind of I want to have that ready for whenever I wake up later. Or not wake up, whenever I'm done later. Let me shoot a message out here real quick. Oh shit. I didn't think I was catching a fish. Damn, they gave me a lot of 5 stars today, aren't they? What the fuck? Okay, it was another seahorse. Ba, 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 da, da. Was Discord like broken? Oh shit. I didn't even think about checking that. Ba, da, da, ba. Ba, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ba, da, ba, ba, da, da, ba, 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 da, da, ba, da, ba. Everything's falling apart. Oh no, I think Discord's broken. Oh shit. That's not good. Alright, chat, give me 1 second. I'm gonna task manager Discord. And it's not on my stream PC. I'm good on the stream PC. It's just on like my gaming PC. Discord's like broken. But I'm gonna probably put myself on the other screen for a minute because Discord's gonna relaunch, and I don't know if it's gonna launch on the right monitor or not. So, did they just give me another fucking whatever? All right, give me 1 second. Let me end this task, and then I'm gonna press this real quick because I knew it was gonna fucking do it. I knew it was gonna show up on the other monitor. I wanted to make sure it was all good. Uh, I was worried that it was gonna do that, and I'm glad I fucking pressed it because I was like, oh shit, it might put it on the wrong fucking monitor. Uh, we're good now though. I put it on the right monitor. Anyways, anyways. I might jump on Final Fantasy here in a bit. I'm kind of feeling like playing Final Fantasy. I haven't continued. I've got to continue the story. If I don't get to it tonight, it's whatever. But like, I still got like a lot to do in the regular part of Stormblood, and I need to get to post game. So I'm not sure. I don't know, Gordon. I feel like doing something though with Final Fantasy at some point. Can't see you 'cause everything's falling apart. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I need to get around to uploading the, well, they're uploaded. I need to get around to making the VODs public, by the way. I keep forgetting to. I'm very bad about forgetting to make my VODs public over on YouTube. I keep exporting them and I just don't make them public because I forget. I'm bad about remembering these things. I fucking suck at it, actually. I'll have to get around to it sometime this week. I'll just upload them all at once and be like, here's all the shorts. Or not all the shorts. Here's all the VODs. Ba 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 ba. Ba, ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. God, I love this song. It's so good. It's so good. All right. You know what I might do? I might test out. I don't think anybody's around to test it out, but I might at some point test out that golf game. I don't know if I'm gonna test it on stream or not, but because now that I have it, I'll probably try to test it at some point. I should, honestly. I really should test it out. Because I feel like it could be a fun time. Ba, ba, da, ba, la, da. I feel like it's kind of funny when I like thinking about it logically. I was thinking about this a little bit ago. I think it's kind of funny that like I've kind of just started doing, oh, sea turtle. I've just started doing Undertale like comic dubs. That's like the thing that I've been doing on shorts. It's just been Undertale shit, which is kind of funny because like I'm not technically in my Undertale phase like I used to be. It's just like it's fun to do Undertale like stuff. So I should do more with some of the other characters. I want to do the one that we talked about on stream that one time with uh where is it? Okay, it shows up on the screen. I want to do the one with like the Half-Life thing and the Sonic food takes with Vegeta, or like something with Sonic and Vegeta. The Half-Life one is an interesting one because I have an idea for like a Half-Life related thing because we talked about me and Aaron talked about doing like this Half-Life related thing. I like he was mentioning like, oh, you could do King Vegeta and Bardock as like the scientist and Gordon Freeman. I'm like, I don't really know King Vegeta's like voice. I know it's like regal and a little bit deeper, but it's like, oh, dude, I don't want to do another fucking. I don't want to do another fucking two voices that I don't know. I mean, Bardock, I wouldn't have to, but like, fuck, dude, fuck, another fucking another masculine voice that I don't want to do. I already do too many. It's fucked, honestly. I mean, I'm already doing fucking Papyrus, which isn't really. Papyrus is a different story. He's kind of like he's a little bit higher in pitch, but like Sans, Vegeta, Arthur Morgan, Shadow, Sonic is like a little bit higher, so it's like a little bit easier to like kind of manipulate. my vocals with that one. But he's still a hard voice to like pull out because he's very much a you have to throw your voice for him, as always. I think I already had that one. I'm pretty sure I already had that one. God damn it. Dude, they're really fucking me here. Give me the alpha manta ray. This would save me so much time. It'd save me so much time. Anyways. Regardless, I need to get some like voices that I gotta find some new voices. I think that's what I gotta do. I gotta find some new voices that I'm like, this would be cool. But I don't know, like, the fuck. I don't know any voices that like stand out to me. You know, that I'm like, oh, this would be a fun voice to do. Because I'm very picky when it comes to vocal, like when it comes to my vocals. I'm very picky, which is like, you know, I guess that's pretty standard. I'm a very picky person when it comes to my the vocals that I like to do. They're gonna give me another fish. I have 22 bait. Please. There's not many like characters that stand out to me, to be fair. I'm like, oh, this would be a fun voice to do. And it's within my vocal range. So I don't know. I'd have to like think about it for a bit, I guess, to be fair. A huge guppy, Gordon. A huge lobster. I don't know. I'm just picky. I'm picky with my voices. I had thought about, I don't know if I talked about this on stream. I had thought about seeing if I can find a good way to do Jeff the Shark. Because, you know, it's Jeff the Shark. But I don't know where to, like... I don't know how to even start. Truthfully. I haven't done, like, a thing where, like, I listen to a character and then I try to do their voice on the spot. I haven't done one of those in a while. Like, there's nothing that, like, comes to mind where I'm just like, I sit down, listen to a character's voice lines, and I'm like, let's try to see if we can find our way into that one. The last time I did that was probably ooh, fuck. How long has it been? When was the last time I actually sat down and listened to a character's voice lines and was like, let's try to do their voice? Probably like 7, 8 years ago. Maybe. I don't tend to do that anymore. I just tend to like listen to a character one time and I'm like, I could probably do this. Or I don't. Sometimes it just kind of happens. Shadow is very much an on the spot during stream. And Sonic is also that way. Very much an on the spot during stream. Prior to streaming any of the Sonic stuff that we did last year, or not last year, year before, I had never touched those voices. Prior to the Sonic week that we did back in 2024. I'd never done any of the voices. Shadow wasn't even a thing in my brain, and neither was Shadow or Sonic. Sonic or Shadow. Arthur Morgan was the same way. I'd not prior to VTubing, Arthur Morgan wasn't even on the line of my brain. For like voices. Because it's just not like Vegeta was there, Papyrus was there. Half-Life Scientist wasn't even there. We didn't start doing that until fucking Abiotic Factor. So it's It's kind of one of those cases where like all those just kind of came from stream. Every single one. No other fucking voice came from anything else. It was all stream related. They happened during stream. So I'm trying to think if there's actually... I don't think there's any voice that I can think of where I'm like, this would be a fun one to try. Because there's not a lot of characters that are like that memorable that come to mind where I'm like, oh, I could probably try to do this one. There's ones that I like poke fun at, but I don't take them serious enough to want to do their voice, you know? Like Master Chief. I don't do Master Chief like voice, but sometimes I'll make fun of the voice. But it's not something where it's like I'm dedicated to like trying to find a voice for that character. So it just kind of is in the moment. I fuck with it for a joke. But I don't think there's like a... I don't think there is any characters off the top of my head where I'm just like, yeah, this would be kind of cool. This would be kind of cool to try to find a voice for this character. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it for a bit, I guess. I am very picky. I'm very picky with the voices I choose. Some voices are just like really memorable. Papyrus doesn't even have a voice traditionally, but yet he's like, you know, it just kind of makes sense to do like a Skeletor kind of thing for him. Vegeta, you know, it's Vegeta. He kind of is like a lasting memory, if anything. And then Arthur Morgan, it just kind of happened. It just kind of happened. I don't know. Either way, it would be good to expand my my repertoire, my library that's in my brain of different like voices, because I get lost in the library sometimes of like some of the voices. But at the same time, I also end up mixing a lot of my voices together, to be fair. I mix up a lot of my voices. Like I'll always accidentally like be trying to be like, oh, I'm gonna do an Arthur Morgan thing, and then I'll accidentally slip into Vegeta, or like I'll try to do like a Half-Life Scientist thing, I'll slip into Papyrus. So I really get fucked over by that. Did I need that? I don't know if I needed that. Uh, where is that? Oh, literally right there. How close are we to getting some of these done? We got all our normals. Still missing one normal from there, and we're still missing one normal from there. What's the normal? Oh, it's the Great White. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I get it, Gordon. I get it. It makes a lot of sense. At me. Ba ba bum wham 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 wham. Choke. Torn into pieces. I won't. Can I get more alphas of the things I actually need? And by that I mean I need to get a couple things. Stop giving me tiny seal or give me seahorses. You're fucked up for that. Give me the actual things that I want, please. This is fucked up, man. This game hates me. So fucked up. Just give me the actual thing that I want, man. Yeah, I gotta. Now that I have that golf game, I'm gonna have to set up a collab for that. Definitely gonna have to set up a collab for that. Because that would be a fun time. That would be an absolutely great time. Dude, do not fucking stop giving me the same fucking things. I don't even catch some of this shit, man. Whatever. Oh, wrong thing. Missing my fucking buttons. Oh, hey, thanks for the fucking opulent hammerhead shark. Not that I don't have like 1,000 of those already. Oh, okay. I think I have all radiants, right? Do I have all the radiants? I don't fucking know at this point. Crappy. I do. I need opulence, glistening, shining, and alpha. Which, you know, trying to catch both of these is not going to be easy. Catching the fucking golden bass is going to be the worst, actually. It's genuinely going to be the worst thing ever. So I'm not really looking forward to that. Not really looking forward to that. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Twisted, turning sideways. Let me look at a few things real quick. What is this? This love got my hurricane. Sorry, Chad. I'm just looking at some stuff real quick while we're catching fish. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Never mind. I'm done looking at that. I don't know what the fuck I was looking at there. Na 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 na. Ba 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 da ba. Oh, I can feel my body getting old. I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm getting old. I might test out that golf game on stream. I might do it. I kind of want to. Kind of want to test it out. Just to see if it's like fun, you know? Just to see. Because like, I watched some gameplay of it. It could be good. Could be. So I might take a look-see. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Ba-da. Ra-da. Da-da. 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 I know. Could be a fun time. Maybe. Maybe. Also, it gives me a chance to show you guys the dance I was talking about earlier. It's raining! Oh. The game has blessed me with some rain. Please, continue to rain. Where's the cloud at? I found it. Terrible camera angle. Oh. Oh, come on! That was so, like, short! That's so fucked up! That was such a short fucking rain cloud. Where is it going? Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. You know, show up for 5 seconds and then leave. That's cool. No, that's cool. No, it's fine. It's whatever. Game hates me, man. Literally fucking one fucking fish. Hell, not even one fish. I got no fish from that. It's so fucked up. Also, chat, while we're doing this, I'm gonna write down some stuff for like Vegeta meets Toriel. How do we have Vegeta meet Toriel? How do we have Vegeta meet Toriel? I feel like it's a little bit hard because Toriel is such like a non-confrontational person sometimes, especially when it comes to like the child. She's kind of like, she can be depending on like the situation, but like only towards like, I don't know, saving, quote unquote, saving the child during the whole thing with like Asgore, I guess. But like, I don't know if there's like an actual, I gotta get some bait. I don't know, like her interaction with Vegeta would literally just be so short because Vegeta would just be like, yeah, no, I'm good. So I gotta find a way for Vegeta to put up with her while still maintaining his stupid asshole energy. So that's like the issue there is like figuring out how do I make it work with Vegeta. How would I make that work? I could see like definitely it would end, the short would definitely end with Vegeta eating pie at the table with Toriel. I think that's like a for sure thing. It would end with Vegeta grumbling while eating pie. That's fucking stupid fucking, can't believe I fucking let you convince me. Like, it definitely ends with Vegeta sitting in a chair, eating, eating fucking pie, begrudgingly. He doesn't want to, but like, he did. So whatever, this fucking stupid. Place is fucking stupid. I hate this place. Like, kind of deal. I could see it happening. I could see it happening. Probably. Probably. Am I just standing? I forgot to sit back down. It's my bad. Definitely ends with Vegeta eating pie. For sure. Uh... Oh, shit. Trying to write words down in my notepad, but... let me make sure I spelled this word right. Begrudgingly. There it is. I knew it started with a B-E, but I wasn't positive on the rest of it. There we go. Alright. I've wrote it down. There. Now I gotta figure out what the fuck the rest of it is. Because I got no fucking clue. I've got to brainstorm some ideas here. Vegeta meets Toriel. Okay. Vegeta meets Toriel. somewhere in the ruins. Okay, I'm starting to visualize something. Okay. Vegeta meets Toriel right after the first puzzle. She was coming to water the flowers or whatever the fuck. I don't know. And Vegeta. I could have Vegeta do the first puzzle and be like, I don't fucking want to do this shit. And he just fucking deletes the door with a tool gun. He just like, he doesn't have his fucking moves. So he just like, I don't want to fucking do this. Pulls out tool gun, removes the doors. Okay. I'm visualizing something. Give me a second. All right. Fucking Christ. Let me write shit down, game. I'm visualizing. Give me a break, game, please. All right. Where is it? Vegeta walks into ruins, sees the first puzzle, gets upset. Not upset. What's a better word? Gets annoyed and deletes and destroys, that in quotations, the door. Okay. Vegeta walks into the ruins after the whole Flowey situation, sees the first puzzle, looks at the sign, and then says, no. What the fuck is this? I'm not doing this. This is stupid. He gets fucking stuck on the puzzle. And he just pulls out tool gun, deletes the door. And then Toriel's in the next room? Maybe? No. I could see like a little bit of a short where he walks through the ruins. Like a short, like a separate short where he just walks through the ruins. And then it leads up to him meeting Toriel. Like, I don't fuck. What is this? A trading partner finally meets the dummy. I could have him just go through the ruins. Like, it wouldn't be hard. Walks into the ruins, sees the first puzzle, gets annoyed, destroys the door. Not gonna have him do that again, because if you do it again, then it's like, it takes away from the comedic effect. So walks through the ruins, destroys, quote unquote, the door, sees the training dummy, is like, oh, finally, a sparring partner. And then he, like, hits it once. And it, like, freeze frame, falls over. What? I'll probably get the footage first this time. That way I can, like, improv the stuff afterwards. Because that would make it a little bit easier to work with. So, falls over. Maybe? I don't know. Oh no, because there's the other part. There's the other parts that I have to do as well. There's like the first puzzle, and he's just like, the fuck is this? He just jumps over the spikes, and then he gets to the training dummy room. What happens after the training dummy room? It's the first fight with Frogget, so I'd probably have to uh I don't know. That's a little bit, it's a little bit weird because like the map that we filmed on for the short that came out today is such a tight map when it comes to like how small it is. Not like the whole map itself, but like the map is like very tight. Tight quarters, I guess is a better way to put it. So tight corridors. So we'd have to be very careful with like working with it. Uh, let's see. Next puzzle. I didn't even have time to fucking write 3 words. Didn't even have time to write 3 words. This is fucked up. Okay. He ignores completely. Jumps and jumps over spikes. Gets to training dummy. Is excited. I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down. Where am I? Oh yeah. I literally was about to write words. I didn't even have time to tab out. Game, please. Okay. Cast my fishing line. Is excited. Knocks it over with one punch. I didn't even have time to write more. I literally it could wait, I got an idea for how that would work. Give me a second. Uh is excited, hits it, and it flies away. Well, not flies away. What's the it like gets knocked fucking way back. Well, we could probably work. Well, I don't know. That would be hard to figure out how to do that in Gmod specifically. Um, it. I could just have it fall over. To be fair, it falls and it falls over. Vegeta is not disappointed. He's what would be a good word here? He gets to the training dummy. He's excited to finally have something to train against, like for once, since he's gotten down there. And he hits it, and it just kind of falls over. He's like, "Well, that was kind of underwhelming." Is feeling. Oh, hey man,
Yo,
what's up?
how's the webfish?
Uh, wrong one. It's fishing. I'm writing shorts ideas down.
Mm, got you.
How's Liza P going?
I got past the boss that I was stuck on previously,
Yep,
and then I made quite a bit of progression, and now I'm at another big boss,
that you're
and
stuck on.
it's a whole new level of holy fuck.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
So it's fun.
Yeah.
I try to have some strategy with it, be like, oh, if I do this and wait for the second phase and I apply this on the thing, and then it'll be so good. Nah, I got the health down to a certain point and it didn't fucking move.
Hmm.
Like, god damn it.
That'll do it. That'll do it. That will do it. That's how it goes, though.
Yeah.
So I imagine that means you're done playing Liza P.
I'm still in it. I've only given that boss fight like 2 attempts so far. Like,
Oh, okay.
it's only been like 2 attempts. So, like, the first phase is easy.
By 2 attempts, you mean like 3 or 4?
Two.
Two.
Two,
Okay.
just solid two.
Okay.
And I've gotten to second
One
phase both
one
times.
where you where your Spectre dies at the beginning of the fight, and then one where it dies in the second phase, or you die in the second phase.
They both me and Spectre died in second phase.
I see.
Because the first phase, I'm pretty reliant on the Spectre to keep aggro.
Yeah, of
So
course,
I'm like, hey, buddy.
as you do, as you do.
Oh god, that's a lot of talking.
Uh, did you
Where do I
see
keep
the
it?
two games I posted in Collabo?
I know you posted one with like the golfing.
Yes, the other one though is like
I
interesting.
got you. I remember no, not sell. I remember seeing that. Wait, an encrypted receive. Oh, okay. That's who I was supposed to see. God, getting fucking distracted.
Oh, you're
But
good.
I remember that game being teased at some point, I think on Land Crab's fucking TikTok.
The golf one,
Yeah.
is that land crab? No, it's not land crab. It's just they're
Or
teasing it.
Astro Crab, something
No,
something
I'm
like
saying
that.
I was wondering if they had published it. No, they didn't. They probably just
Was it
sharing like,
Landfall
hey,
then? Because it's one of
no,
them two. They made
no,
Peak previously.
it's not. It's neither of them. It's a different.
Oh.
It's a different studio altogether
Oh.
and different
It
publisher.
looked it looks strikingly similar.
The models look like Peak models. This is true. However, this is not made by Landfall, and it's not made by Aggro. Completely new studio and new development team.
Check the ground at the end of the cliff of
It
Crack
is, to be
Cathedral
fair,
Central
it is
Stations.
very popular right now.
No, yeah, I've seen a lot of people talk about it.
I watched one video on it. I was like, this, yeah, yeah. No, I literally bought it a little bit ago, and I'm like, I installed it. And I was like, I'm gonna get together a collab for this. The other game also looks fun. The other game is like one of those social deduction games, except you're you have your people and you're put into separate rooms from one another, and you have to rely on calling the other rooms in order to like win the mini games. However, it is a social deception kind of game where like it's mini games, and it's stuff like, oh, your uh the first round is like everybody's voice is disguised over the telephone, and you have to figure out who's in which room by calling each room separately and trying to discern who all's in every room. Or like mini games where it's like everybody's dressed up as a clown, but one person's dressed up as a Pepe, and you have to figure out who's dressed up as the Pepe. Or like disarm a bomb, or you could send it to another room and have them try to disarm the bomb, and if they die, then everybody else gets a point. You know, stuff like that. That one seems fun as well. But the golf game seems really fun. So I'll probably try to set up something for that at some point. I can't wait to set it up, set up a collab for it, and then I'm just gonna be like, I have no ill will towards any of the people in this lobby, but I'm going to kill you multiple times. Be aware of this. Expect it even. In game. Where is this? Nope, not that, not that. And where? There it is. that is done. Anyways, let me continue writing, I guess. I got more shit to figure out for this short. Underwhelmed. What else was I gonna put, chat? Vegeta walks into ruins, sees the first puzzle, gets annoyed, destroys, quote unquote, the door. Next puzzle he ignores completely, jumps over spikes. Gets to the training dummy, is excited, hits it, it falls over. Very underwhelming. Vegeta moves on. I feel like this is just going to be a Vegeta walking through the ruins. Like, he's not even doing anything else. It's like, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense for Vegeta to go through and just Toriel's just there. I don't know. Wait, what kind of great white shark was that? Listening? I'm pretty sure I already had that one, man. God damn it. I sent you a stream together, by the way.
Oh yeah, so I was looking at shit and was
No,
it
you're
P?
good. You're good. You're looking at your skill tree.
Yup. Guys,
Completely
she's watching
fail.
me.
I'm always watching.
Well, yeah, that's how you're able to tell whenever I get on my fucking PC.
Yeah, man. You don't even have to appear online for me to know. I just know.
Because I normally don't.
I mean, you used to.
I used to.
You just don't do that anymore.
No. I decided I didn't need to.
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
What was I gonna write here? Vegeta's feeling underwhelmed. What's the next part of the ruins, chat? The next part of the ruins would be like after the training dummy. It's isn't like the next big moment like Napstablook or something, or is it? No, it's the first fight with Frogget, and then it's um Spikes, and then long hallway, but that doesn't exist in that map. And then
Didn't mean to do that.
after the training dummy, it would be. I'm trying to. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it make sense for Vegeta being there. So after the training dummy, he's just gonna like go through, and I'm just gonna cut out a lot of areas because there's just no reason to have it all in there. That's just not gonna work for a short. So probably have him skip over to like Napstablook or whatever. What's up, Night World? How you doing?
I know.
Hope you're doing well. So we could have Vegeta skip from the training dummy to the Napstablook area, but Napstablook isn't there, so I'd have to see if there's a model for Napstablook, or I could just have him skip it altogether and just go straight to like the end and just go and then Toriel, because like I don't. Vegeta Battle Flash is the dummy. So in what I have what I have wrote down, because it's gonna be hard to film that in Gmod. What I've wrote down is Vegeta gets to the training dummy. He's excited, hits it, and then just one frame into the next frame, it just falls over, and he's like, That was um that was very underwhelming. And just walks away. Like the idea was I was gonna have him hit it so hard that it fucking crashes through the wall, but like that's also hard to do. I am Night. You are Night World. I believe you.
Yup. Looks like it. Night 1, World 2.
That's true, actually.
Mm-hmm. Gotta get it right.
That's true. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Creative simulator like punching the bag during the booer. I could do that, but that's hard to do in Gmod itself. That'd be hard to do in Gmod. So I have to like compromise. I have to compromise by doing it in a very specific way. So that's why like I have it wrote down to like him punching it frame 1 and then frame 2 it's just on the ground. I hate the angelfish. I hate a lot of the fish in this game. I like a lot of the fish, but I hate a lot of the fish because I'm just trying to capture the last of my things. That's all
I
I'm
just
looking to
want to
do.
fill out my journal, man.
I just want my journal to
God
be
damn it.
done. I have the same bait. I do like this bait. It is very cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. I love the gilded worm.
If only the modding scene for web fishing didn't just fucking die.
Well, to be fair, you know, the game kind of died as well.
It did, and it was all because that fucking docks.
Mm-hmm. Good game though. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's a good in between game.
It's a lot of potential to take it even fucking further, but you know.
I think a lot of the lure am I using? Uh, I don't remember. The salty lure. I should be using the sparkling one, honestly.
Beats Nastable.
The most look. I have to see if there's a I have to see if there's a model for Napstablook for Gmod. Because otherwise I'm going to have to superimpose them in, and I don't know how to do that in DaVinci. I guess I could just
It's
put
like
a
a
J,
PNG.
just a PNG. But because I'd have to do it like that, I just put a fucking I give him like the transparent PNG, quote unquote. But it's just he just has a white background behind him.
The white and gray squares.
Yeah, it's just like transparent background, but he actually has like
Is
shutters. It's just a PNG of Napstablook, but it has the Shutterstock fucking watermark. If I have to do that, I'm gonna try not to because I don't want to fucking have to take like a million years editing. Because it already takes me a little bit of time to edit some of these shorts, but it doesn't take me terribly long. If it was like a full length video, I would put a lot more into it, but I have to be very specific because I only have so much time in a short. I have 3 minutes, but I'm trying not to go over 3 minutes because people's attention span does not work. It's malfunctioning. Even. Friend of Webfishing has 10 million. Jesus. I just kind of I don't really pay attention to a lot of the money that I have. I have to spend it all on fucking bait all the time, but I've gotten pretty much a lot of the shit in the shop. But it's like I don't really need it. But I've got to get everything.
Wish
I'm working on it. I'm working on getting all the fish. Let me see if Gmod does have a Napstablook model. Because if it does, then I'll do something with Napstablook. There is a Napstablook model. Okay. Interesting. You got the lead yet? I don't know what that is. So probably not. The rarest fish? Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah, I got that one. I've only caught 2 of them. I gotta catch a lot of that one. If I could just get the alpha of it, I'd be happy, but it's a pain in the ass. Every fish in this game is a pain in the ass. Are these ragdolls? What are these?
Oh,
What's the third miscellaneous? It's the horseshoe crab. I love the horseshoe crab. I do see a Napstablook model though. I could probably use that, and I might be able to spawn a ragdoll of the model too. Not that goddamn thing. Do you not like the horseshoe crabs? I think they're okay. I'm not gonna like be crazy over them though. I think they're okay. All right, we got a Napstablook model, which means I can fuck around with that a little bit. You can update Gary's mod. It's okay. Okay. Like, oh, you added something to your workshop. Okay, so Vegeta punches the training dummy. It falls over. Vegeta's underwhelmed. Could skip to Napstablook. And what would Vegeta is like? Damn, that's crazy. You're like a ghost. That's pretty cool, I guess. And then Napstablook
Come on.
does nothing.
Fuck.
I don't know. I don't know how the interaction with Napstablook would even go. Because Vegeta, he's just a dick. So like I don't expect him to be like,
Fuck.
oh wow, you look cool. I mean, other than the Flowey thing, because like Flowey's a different story. Flowey's a different story because Vegeta's he's just in his head, he's like, I don't like this. You're literally
Well,
like
it's
the
not good.
most evil thing ever.
Fucking Christ, man.
He'd say is like, that's supposed to frighten me, a ghost. Me, the prince of all Saiyans. He's not scared of some white sheeted specter. That is
That.
that is Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we were on the same page. I'm glad we were on the same page.
Yup.
Yep. Mhm. I'm gonna kick its ass.
You wouldn't be though.
No, he wouldn't. I'm glad we were on the same page for that. That's crazy. Me scared? I'll kick your ass. You think I won't?
Oh.
No, I get it though.
Just
I
throwing
get
an
it.
idea. Nah, it was good though.
No, it was funny though. It was
It
kind
was
of
good
funny.
though.
It was pretty funny, to be fair.
Uh, trying to decide if I want to keep attempting this shit. This fight's fucking rough, dude.
Oh, I can imagine. I mean, to be fair, it is the Master of Puppets or whatever the fuck his name is.
It is the master of puppets. You
He's
still
pulling
have
your
my stream
strings.
open.
He's pulling your strings, man. And whatever the next
uh,
lyric is in that song.
I'm definitely fighting Romeo.
And Juliet.
Nah, she nowhere.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
What do you mean? That's Sister Frida from Dark Souls 3. That's what
Ugh.
you're gonna be fighting Sister Frida and what's his name? No, I don't know how the interaction with Napstablook would go. I'd say he'd probably be like, "Wow, a ghost. That's crazy. What manner of power is this?
Ugh.
What the hell? You're like transparent."
Take a break from puppet game.
He
Going
fucking
on for 3.5 hours.
Vegeta shows up. He's like, "Whoa." Tries to like punch him. He's like, "Whoa, you're like transparent and shit. That's crazy. How you do that? Even my Saiyan pride couldn't make me try." This reminds me of the time I got almost turned into transparent ghost thing and then had to suck on a binky to stay alive.
Oh.
That would be funny. That'd be very funny. You fly back in. Angers her. Listen, if it wasn't hard to do that in Gmod, I'd probably do it. However, I am I am very limited in terms of Gmod. If it was easy to do it, I would, but I have to keep it in the framing of this is Gmod, so there's only so much that can be done. Vegeta would 100% probably do something like that, probably, if he felt anger towards any of the creatures in Undertale. Uh, I think I think it's going to be an emotional journey for Vegeta. I think he's going to find that at the very end, he might not want to kill anybody. However, he'll get out of the underground and he'll be like, I should have killed all those motherfuckers. I don't like this place. Why did I get put into a mountain? What the fuck?
Why did I hear a little Burudun? The fuck was that?
I don't know, man. Why did you hear Buddha?
I don't know. I heard a Burudun.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, man.
Yup.
I don't know how long I'm going to be in Webfishing because I'm just kind of brainstorming ideas for the short.
I mean, that's fair.
Vegeta,
I don't really have much else to do in the current moment.
golf. Golf. Golf game. Testing the golf game.
It depends on how much it is.
I literally will buy it for you if it's too much.
No, I mean if it's over like $30,
It's $6.39.
then yeah, I can get it.
Okay.
I have some extra money for fucking once.
I had extra money left over from buying the battle pass for Marvel Rivals.
So that's crazy. You know what I don't have?
Marvel
The battle pass
Rivals.
from Marvel Rivals. I'm gonna head
Yup.
soon. Health issues came up.
Make sure you take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself and any others.
I'm going to set up a collab for golf. Ari, that's the plan. I'm planning on setting up a actual collab for it. I want to try to get the group as well as, like, if we can, I want to get other people that are not from the group, like new people. Because I know that Kai has it. I know that Winslow has it. I know that Fool has it. I have it. You have it. And Arm's going to have it. Chicken Quaffles. I want to get some. Well, they're not new, but I would bring them in if I want to know how many people can play it at one time because I want to bring new people into it too. I'd like to. I am going to preface though, it is very likely that I fight every single one of you in golf and probably try to kill you in golf, in game.
Oh, Yufii. Also, did you see my announcement in my server?
I have notifications turned off for every server except for like one, but I will look.
Got you.
Words. I'm reading the words. I'm not just saying words. I'm just reading them.
Words, you know,
No,
words.
I'm reading. I'm reading them though. Yep. Understandable.
Yeah.
I understand. These words, I've read them, and yes.
Yeah, I acknowledged it, realized
Yep.
that the particular
Yep. I know. Don't
parties
worry.
weren't actually in there and went, oh, okay.
It's all
Whatever.
good.
I
I
said my
got you.
piece.
I got you. Don't worry. It's all good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna catch like 2 fish and then I'm gonna boot up that golf game.
I need to do a workout wheel, so I'm looking at music to put on.
I've got 25 more squats to do.
And that's it?
No.
Oh, I was
You
gonna say,
think I,
holy
you think
shit.
I did all
Like,
6,000
what the
squats?
fuck? That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh my god, when did you do that?
You know, I'm not your average Saiyan warrior anymore. Thank you. I'll get those squats out of the way as soon as I catch this fish. 25 squats. I did add that, by the way. Nobody's used it until now. It's because I usually get them done. All right, let me get these last 25 out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Put on something more
10,
chill.
11.
Oh god, I'm
12,
fading into the game. I'm fading into the game.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, why am I
21,
still
22, 23, 24, 25. All right, 25 squats. Now that can be added or minus from the total amount.
Oh, it's because of the fucking because web fishing has a lot of green shining from the game
Yep.
onto me. It's fucking with the green screen.
No, that's fair. I completely understand.
All right, well. Oh yeah. I did my wrong order of operations today, and so my little program that I used to use my Launchpad Mini as my like scene switcher,
Yep.
it no worky, and I'm like,
Oh,
"Grr."
that's a
I
problem.
just did it in the wrong order, and I was already live, and so I'm like, you know what? I still have my hotkeys on my numpad, whatever.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, go look up a band called Anime Titties.
I feel like I've heard of this band.
They are new. I found them in shorts today.
Oh,
I found them
and 4
last night.
presses. Well, I have to do some workouts.
Yep, take your time. I'm booting up a golf game, man.
I'll go buy the game in a minute.
Stop. Take your time.
Oh.
Adventures so tasteless. It's like less than a gig, by the way.
Got you. It wouldn't take me that long then.
Yeah, it'll take you no fucking time at all. Oh god.
2,
Didn't realize
3,
the game would be that loud.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This
Fuck
looks
it. I'll do
good.
20, 11, 12,
That's right, I'd be on the fucking... Okay, let me put push to talk.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh.
This game has
Now the
controller
process
support.
to get up off the fucking hardwood. Oh
Yeah,
my
man.
god, my back. Oh.
Oh, they have it snapped to 50 volume. That's so good. I love that. Streamer mode on probably because it's probably fucking...
Ugh.
God knows it's probably gonna have streamer mode. Or not streamer mode. It's probably gonna have copyrighted
Ooh.
shit. So streamer mode is on automatically, thank God. Well, I turned it on. I turned it on. So.
What is the game called?
Super Battle Golf. I think Collabo
Super
Chat.
Battle Golf.
It is in Collabo Chat, to be fair. I'm adding people in collabos.
God damn it. I don't remember what that was. Chat, what's my funny 3 numbers on the back of my debit card? I can't remember.
5, 5, 5.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I really don't want to get up and go look for my wallet.
I mean, you kind of need to.
Not really. I can figure it out on my phone.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do the tutorial, man. There's a button to skip the tutorial, but, you know. Wow, I looked around. WASD to move, cool. Space to jump. Control to dive, cool, love that. E to interact with my surroundings, very cool. Yep. Oh, you can mouse wheel too. Oh shit, you can mouse wheel to get like very specific numbers. That's crazy. Okay. Or do they want me to like hit the ball? Oops. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, so it has to be 100 above 100% to do. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. Game looks like it's not too loud, but I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. The music's a little bit loud. There's a sprint button? I don't think there is, but there's a walking button. Let me RP walk real quick. You love my RP walk. Okay. I think I get it. Oh, shit. Okay, I get it now. That all makes sense to me. You can drop items? That's crazy. Okay, so I can hold right. Yeah, okay. This all makes sense to me. Dude, I love the jump cycle as well. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's not working right now.
What's up?
I was trying to fix the thing with my launch pad, but
Oh, I see.
whatever. It just seems like I need to just restart my whole fucking PC to
You
get
can
it
do it.
solidified.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's whatever.
A hairstyle? Ooh. Where's ponytail? I guess I could rock with one of these.
Oh my god.
I get a new hat though? Ooh. Clothing. And let's make that. Ooh, I like the different colors. Ooh, these are really cute. Also, chat, this is the dance I was talking about. I have to buy the dance. So earlier in stream, I was talking about this thing at the start where I was like, I had this thing in my head this morning where I was like, you know, have you watched the Rocky movies? Rocky Balboa?
I've watched Creed.
But you know, like the line where Rocky's like, Adrian, I did it.
Yeah.
What if Rocky says that, and then he's like, I did it, Adrian, and then he starts doing the dance where you hold your arms up in front of you and you look down and you move your hips around in a circle. You know what dance I'm talking about?
No.
I'll show you when you get in game. It'll make a lot more sense.
Well, I also wasn't paying much attention, to be fair. I was looking at
You know what?
settings.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Toggle.
Are we using in-game?
No. We're just testing.
Oh, okay. I was like, because it says
No.
there's spatial voice chat mode.
Yeah, there is.
So
Some
it makes
people
it seem like there's proximity.
There is proximity, and then there's just like regular, like voice chat.
Okay.
The voice chat is pretty good from what I heard, from what I had like heard when I was watching people play it. I will invite you whenever you are ready. Hey man, I got my shit on push to talk.
Oh.
I don't want to put your shit on push to talk.
Mouse sensitivity. Holy shit.
Don't forget to put yourself on push to talk.
I am.
Thank you. Now imagine Rocky is imagine he is like, he's like, Adrian, I did it, and then he just does this right at that after he says that. Hey man, I got something for you.
Landmine. Ah! Where the fuck did you get landmines?
I picked it up, man.
Fuck! I was trying to hit the landmine.
Oh. 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 Ay!
Yeah!
I got protection. Bitch.
Fuck!
Oh yeah, 8 people can ride on this.
On this?
Yeah, 8. Look at the bottom right.
Oh my god.
8 people can ride on this. You can also switch seats at any times. How do you like this one? I'm going forward, Gordon. You should probably do the tutorial, by the way.
Oh, the car has a jump button.
Yeah, man. On guard, bitch.
See if Kai wants to join in.
Is she on?
She said, "I'll be so ready."
Hey, Arm, are you still in the golf cart?
No.
Where are you at?
The fuck was that?
A rocket launcher.
Use a rocket launcher?
Yeah, man. Don't look behind you.
Oh my god.
Bitch.
The fucking flintlock. Why?
Yeah, man. You know what I also have? Check this shit out. Watch this.
Trying to fucking...
We're trying super battle. Yeah, Valek. You know how it is.
Baylor.
Golf carts can hop? Yes, they can. Dude, this game's fun.
No! Fucking ball.
You better fucking shoot right. I got the elephant gun out. Good job.
Wee! Fucking Christ.
Fish.
Oh, fuck.
This game is great. I love this game already. Dude, I gotta set up a lobby for this, for sure.
No, ball.
This
where are you
has
going?
potential to be a really fucking fun little, like, game. What if I was... Hey, man, you better... Here, I'm gonna... Don't worry, man.
No, I overshot it by a motherfucker.
You gotta switch,
Another fucking flag?
No, I fell into the hole.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. You can adjust your golf club. Like what you're using.
Nah, I'm built
Hold-
different.
Oh, I was gonna say hold right click and you can do it.
Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at
Look
it.
at it go!
Yeah!
Ah! That's crazy.
Hold and release above 100%, looking at a target for a homing shot.
Yeah, man.
Coffee. Ah!
Yeah, go ahead,
Why
man.
you shoot me?
Go ahead. Did you know that, so, fun fact about the item that I'm using right now, and just, like, the audio in general in this game, the audio in this game is really fucking good. So, like, if I'm in, like, a bubble, your voices get muffled and stuff, and if you're underwater, the
Oh.
voices also get, like a muffling effect on them. Go customize yourself, man.
No, fucking landmines.
Did you know you can pick them back up? If you're good at it. If you're good at it, you can pick them back up. Yeah, you can do the degrees as well for your like the manual degrees for your putter as well. Your golf club.
Oh.
I don't know why. This reminds me of one of the Smash Brothers songs. The music in here. It's reminding me of one of the Smash. I don't know if it's Melee or what it is. It's like the one where you go to get the lottery stuff for the trophies.
Yeah, I mean that's in Melee.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it reminds me of. The song in here.
It sounds like they're going my microwave.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Nice shot.
What the fuck? But I didn't shoot anything. The announcer was like, nice shot. Playing fucking Wii Sports over here.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Do you see me out here while you're customizing?
I can barely, like, you're barely picking up right next to me.
Oh. You'll see when you come out. Microwave. Microwave.
Microwave.
You guys have hatred for it? Nah. No, that's the thing.
Oh my god, I see the emotes.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
This was more worth the money.
I was gonna say, they give you a bunch of starting money.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
What? Ah!
Oh, you see the golf club I have now?
Yeah, I do. You got a fucking, like a pipe, a steel pipe. Whoa. Ah! I got shields, bitch. Oh shit, I don't have shields anymore! You know what? I've had enough of your shenanigans. Perish.
Shit. No!
Oh, I can still hit you with shields. That's interesting. What if I hit you midair? What happens if I hit you midair? If you jump off the tent, if I hit you midair, what happens?
Oh, I landed for a second.
Damn. Maybe I can time it a bit better. Let's swing a little early. Alright, go ahead. Ah, damn. Yeah, I'll let you try it. I'll let you try it. You can try it. Ooh. Oh, that's a lot further than I thought. What?
I couldn't tell if you landed for a second or not.
I think you did the same thing I did.
Got you.
See me
It
on, like,
still wants me to fucking... Oh my god.
what's it want you? Oh, are you, because you haven't done like that. Yeah, I got through all the tutorial finally. This is the dance I was talking about earlier, the chat. If there's nothing on the right, then yeah.
I just turn around.
This is the dance I was talking about earlier, chat, when I was like, what if Rocky at the end of the first movie was like, Adrian, I did it, and he just started doing this dance. What? Need to activate.
I am dominating you. Whoa, there's a little island thing over here.
Where?
Over to the far left.
Like the red houses?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Oh, why can't I get on there?
Oh,
Oh my god! No!
almost got you midair.
Can get me! Can
Damn,
get me!
I ran out of items. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Ooh. Bitch.
No, fuck!
Oh shit, there's like a whole area over here. Hey, go ahead, go ahead. I got air horn, bitch.
No. No.
Nope. No, no. Ah!
God damn it! What was that rocket launcher called? Truth.
I don't remember. I know what you're talking about, though. Boing. Whoa! Oh!
Knocked you into the water. That's awesome.
Can I go back to spawn? How do I do that? Just to be fair, I could just... I don't know if... I don't think Kai is free, but I'll look and see if... it's just... I think we could just start a match, yeah? Try it out.
You could just start a match.
Yeah. I don't think Kai is free right now. Based on the fact that she has an answer.
I don't know, my microwave.
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 Microwave. Alright, we'll do... I want it to be random. That's... Nope. Nope, I don't want it to be that. I want it to be random.
Oh my god, wait, no, don't start it yet.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I need to get back to spawn. Oh shit, I'm
You're
so
fine.
far away.
I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Oh, did they make it so that... Oh, they did add that in. That's crazy. How do I make it so it's... Oh, here we go.
I'm over 200 meters away.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just trying to figure out the rules and stuff here. I'm trying to make sure it's all good. Well, you can make it like 16 players. That's crazy. That'd be chaotic. Rules classic, courses random, number of holes. Ah, there it is. I was looking for that. I'll put it down to 7 just so we can kind of like, or actually, no, I'll put it on 5 so we can have it like be a bit like more of a test. Microwave.
Microwave. Fuck!
You already did the tutorial, man.
I know, I just got to you.
Yeah, I saw you get to me, and so I started the game.
God damn it.
4, 3, 2, 1, go! Nice shot!
Nice shot! Bitch.
Ah, fucking Christ.
Nice shot!
Fuck! Fucking asshole.
What'd you expect?
Nice shot.
Nice shot! It really does remind me of the fucking Wii Sports shit. Nice cock!
Nice cock.
You just keep giving me that. What? You gonna land it? You gonna land it? You gonna land it? You gonna land it? Nope. Fuck.
First hit!
Fucking.
And it's all because of your fucking landmines at the beginning. That was so dumb.
I mean, you know,
Oh my god.
it's just to be expected. That's fucked up.
No, it's not.
It's fucked up, man. I can't even control my own character. Turn the game down just a little bit. You'll have a head start on me because I gotta turn the audio down just a little bit.
Five,
Okay, never mind.
4, 3,
I'm good.
2, 1, go! Nice shot!
Nice shot. Good thing items carry over from one round to the other. Whoa! Bitch. You know what? You've incurred my wrath. Oh, that wrong thing. Bitch.
Oh my god.
Did you try to shoot me with your ball?
No.
You fucking you motherfucker. Gonna hit me with your ball. What? I fucking went out of. That's fucked up. Oh, fucking. I missed. Oh, I missed.
There we go.
Please, don't go off the fucking side. No! Don't go off the side again. Oh.
Imagine. It bonks off your head and goes into the hole.
Finish.
Yeah.
Five, four, three, two, one, go!
Bitch.
Ah, you motherfucker! Stop getting landmines! My god!
I don't know what to tell you, man. Go ahead, man. I already hit my ball. Let's see.
Oh my god. He fucking skyrocket that fucking ball. Hey, they help me. Stop. No. Motherfucker. It keeps giving you landmines every fucking round.
I'm just getting lucky for the land. I don't know why it gives you so many landmines, though. Genuinely.
Nah.
What?
It's evil.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so close, dude. Don't worry, you got this. Don't.
Finish.
Tied up. What's up, man?
Landmines need to be fucking disabled.
I mean, I could always lower the
Everything
probability
else
of
is
it.
fine. All the other shit's funny. The landmines are actually infuriating.
I could probably lower the probability of them spawning.
Why? Why do you still? No!
To be fair, that was pretty funny.
No, you keep getting the items before I can. It's so dumb.
Yeah, man, I'm just faster.
No, we should be going the same fucking speed.
Yeah, but I'm skipping.
I fucking knew it. God.
What I'll do is I'll lower the probability for mines. Whatever. No.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. Don't. You're just helping me.
Oh, you asshole.
Hey, that's cool. I got a shield though.
You fucking stop planting mines on my shit.
Oh shit, I didn't even do that. Oh fuck. Okay, I'm good.
Oh my god. I just can't get over there fast enough.
Oh, fuck me.
Stop planting mines on my shit.
Okay, so I may have died and not gotten in the hole. Oh man.
Oh my god, it's what you fucking get.
Oh no, my ball's back here.
God damn it.
Let me drink this real quick. I get over here.
Finish.
Fuck.
Putting mines on the ball is the equivalent of putting any of like the bananas or the fake
The
mystery
bananas and item boxes. Yeah, no, I know what
Yeah,
you mean.
and putting it in the item box as you're
Yep.
playing fucking Mario
I know
Kart.
exactly what you're talking about.
2, 1, go.
Also, I don't think skipping makes you go any fucking faster.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think it does anyways. Oh.
I like these fucking landmines.
They just keep giving it to me. Fuck. Ah! You actually helped me, so I'll take it. You know what's another thing that's in this game? I haven't gotten it yet, but I will soon. I'm hoping to get it soon. I'm waiting to get it because like it's gonna be so good if I do. Fuck you. Oh shit. Shit. There we go. There's an item in this game that we haven't seen yet, and I really want it to show up.
What is it?
It's the Hammer of Dawn.
Oh god.
Yeah. I'll turn off or I'll turn down the mines so they don't show up as much. Microwave, microwave, microwave. All right. Okay. Cool. All right, landmines are off. Completely. Everything else has a percentage to show up, but
5,
it's a matter of seeing how that'll go.
3, 2, 1, go. Nice shot.
Nice shot. If you actually hit the ball at a certain, like, a good percentage, you actually do get a speed boost at the beginning. I just don't know when it'll happen. Damn, spring boots again?
I just got landmines.
It should be at 0. Maybe it's, I don't know. It shouldn't show up, though.
Nice shot.
Because they're at 0%. Maybe it's a bug. 'Cause I know I heard. Oh my god. Fuck.
Oh.
I gotta get the checkpoint. You're just adjusting when someone's ahead. Maybe. Maybe. It did have... All of them had their own settings, but they didn't,
You blocked my fucking shot.
I did. Oh, that's fucked up.
Finish.
Each of them had their own setting, but it didn't seem like it did anything for the landmines because they're at 0%. So, and when I adjusted it, it went straight to custom rules. So I'm assuming that
5, 4,
probably is just
3,
not working yet.
1, go.
Hey, no, no. Oh gosh, oh gosh. 100% if you're behind. Maybe. Yeah, it could be that. Damn, you're in a spot, aren't you? Yeah, man, you're in the tree. You're in the bunker. God damn it.
Revenge.
Nope. I refuse. Oh, that's terrible. You better hit that shit.
See, if there was more than just 2 people, the landmines would be fun.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. That's why I put my title as we're trying it out and testing it before I actually set up like the
Oh my
fucking
god!
thing for this.
Get in.
You're not putting, by the way.
No, I'm not, because
What?
that takes time to adjust. I'm racing.
Just press 1.
No, get good.
Literally, just press 1.
I don't need to press 1.
You can literally manually adjust with mouse wheel too.
Also, I hate pressing the top numbers while I'm playing a game.
Fair.
2,
That's why you manually adjust with your mouse. Oh, I got the fucking 100%, so I got speed boost.
Oh my god, I didn't even look to the side to see if you were doing that.
Okay.
So focused just to get to my own fucking ball.
That's how it goes. I think with more people, it'll be a lot more chaotic and a lot more fun. And it can go to 16 people, which I don't think I want 16 people, but like, you know, would be kind of cool. 8 people is a good amount, though.
God, hitting the numbers above the fucking WASD feels so awkward to me.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just manually adjust. You trying to fucking hit me? Oh, you motherfucker.
No, fucking god, I was trying to apply the magnet. Shit. God, how'd
Gotcha.
you get so fucking far so fast?
Spring boots. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, I got 2 more. Ah! Is that the elephant gun?
Yeah.
Oh!
First this.
God, it's like there's so much going on. I can't think about trying to get an accurate shot.
Yeah.
Finish.
You try to fucking hit me at the end there.
Like, maybe if I get used to the game, I'll be a bit more keen. But like as of right now, my brain is in I want to play golf.
Yeah.
4, 3,
No, that's fair. I think it's because it's such a different, like,
go. Nice shot.
oh, speed boost. It's such a different style of golf. I mean, to be fair, if you play if you play the new Mario Golf game that came out, there is... You fucking killed me! If you play the new Mario Golf, there is a game mode in there called Speed Golf. It's essentially this.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen that.
God damn it, I'm so far behind now. Bitch.
Oh my god! I still hit my ball though.
At least you got a fucking checkpoint. No, no. Flintlock is funny though, I will say. I've seen that shit. You can't even see the mines in the water, man. Dude, imagine if I had hit that and it fucking
Oh
went
my
in.
god.
Checkpoint. Ah! You motherfucker. You fool. Ah! Oh, I
God.
was so worried I was gonna get hit by that, but I put the bubble on.
It takes so long to get back to my fucking ball! Why can't I do like a sprint button or something? It's so dumb.
That's what the coffee and stuff is for, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I hit it too hard.
You're doing like 10%. No. Okay, what are you gotta manually
I'm
fucking
panicking now.
You got 15 seconds, you'll be fine.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh,
Oh my god.
use your mouse wheel, adjust the thing.
No.
Now you're just being stubborn.
I was always stubborn.
Yeah, true.
Ugh. We need more people on this.
Oh yeah, no, I 1000% agree.
2, 1, go! Nice shot.
Nice shot. Damn, I got 100%. I didn't get the speed boost. I think it's because you got it and I didn't. Maybe, I don't know. Hey man, this is mine.
Oh my god.
Coffee. That's what got me. That's what got me.
Such a dick move.
Hey man, I'm just saying. I fucking.
Oh my god. I didn't look at the water.
Oh. Oh, that's a terrible spot. That's a terrible
Oh, wait,
spot.
it
You got
went back
penaltied.
over there.
Yeah, because so what happens if you go in the water? It goes right where you're at. At that point in
Oh my
time.
god. It kept rolling down the fucking thing. It penaltied me twice.
Fuck, that was too much. Shit.
Nope, hit it too fucking hard.
I also just did that. You motherfucker, you tried. I still fucking did it.
God damn it.
I know what you're trying to do there. Oh
God
my
damn it,
god,
I-
arm.
I want to be able to fucking control the power myself, and rather than waiting for it to
Use your
charge
mouse
up on its
wheel.
own. It doesn't matter the mouse wheel, it charges up the power on its own.
You can adjust the degrees though while you're aiming. Hold right click and then fucking aim it. You don't have to charge it.
Uh-oh. 10 seconds remaining.
10 second my balls.
No, your ball's right there, though.
Come on.
It's not on the green yet. That would have been a crazy fucking sink if you did that.
See, I line it up and I get the bar where it says, oh, it's gonna go in the fucking flag, and then it doesn't.
Yep.
Every time. It's so bullshit.
That's golf.
This game will literally just make me a salty little piece of shit.
Okay, so let's turn that off for all of them. Okay, so landmine should be off completely, but I'm gonna go to the cosmetic store. I want to see if I got any new cosmetics. New hair? New hair unlock? Where? 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 Oh, that's cute. Found the hair that I want, but it's not like perfect ponytail. Not the one I want, but I'll take it anyways.
Oh, they have the fucking cat ear dance.
Yeah, I know. It's great. This one.
Oh, it's also the dancing through the centuries fucking meme.
Which one is that?
Very last one.
Oh.
I need to get the cat ear dance.
It's good. I gotta buy that one. I'll have to get some of these as well.
The fuck?
I am gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. So I will be right back.
Yeah, there we go. Now it'll play my fucking clothes. God.
Sorry, it was also snowing outside, so I went out and sweeped the steps and stuff.
Got you.
Is it snowing right now for you? It's definitely snowing.
I have no clue actually.
It's snowing here.
I'm not really like looked outside.
Oh, it's -4 right now. That makes sense. Makes sense why it's fucking snowing and it's sticking.
It looks like the snow's going right past us.
Oh, okay. This looks like a face I would probably buy. Looking at all the different things here, see if there's any cool hairstyles. I'm gonna make my hair blonde. There we go. Oh,
What the fuck is this?
what's what? Oh, hey, I think you found it. You might want to back up.
Orbital precision strike.
I told you the Hammer of Dawn is here. Yeah, I turned off the mines completely. They should all be off now, regardless of where you're at. Oh!
Got you.
You know what, man? I got coffee.
I'm trying to get the boots. There we go.
Are you trying to use it to jump on top of the fucking thing?
Yes.
And come join? Of course. I asked in Discord if you wanted to join.
Oh, this is an achievement.
Really?
This is an achievement.
I'm coming over. Give me a second.
I just got it.
And see, no, you're good. You're good. I'm trying to get it right now. You ready? Yep, you're good.
Help you real quick. Word.
This game's
Maybe I'll
great.
grab me another energy drink.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
You know, I was up there.
Yeah,
I
you
was
were.
enjoying myself.
Yeah, you were up there. Dude, you can rapid fire the fucking elephant gun. If you had more than 2 shots, it'd be kind of crazy. Because look. I thought it'd be like a cooldown kind of deal, but... Oh, I was trying to get... How do you drop items again? What did it say? Oh, F. F. Yeah. Trying to get the fucking boots. I'm gonna get the fucking boots, but they're not showing up. See, I know Ari has it, but he's asleep. I know Fool has it, and I know Winslow has the game. So we definitely already have like a good amount of people for a lobby, but I want to get more people as well.
Damn. I was actually almost able to get up there without needing the boots.
Without the boots. I'm trying to get these boots, but they just That's crazy.
Jesus. Wait, so you can use that to get momentum?
Oh.
The fuck?
No. Yeah, you can get momentum. Try getting the elephant gun and try it. I just got it here.
I was going to say, like, if I was able to.
Alright, I'm coming in.
Yep. Do I need to invite you? or-
Invading. No, you can just join. I can
Oh
just
my
join.
God.
Don't me.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, man.
It's a lot of distance.
There's the Hammer of Dawn.
Hey, buddy, you should come here.
No. Thanks for
Did
blowing
you-
up the mines.
What'd you do?
I gave him the Hammer of Dawn from Gears of War. The orbital laser.
What?
The orbital
Oh
laser.
yeah, that's the
Oh,
one I did on.
Yufii, I got the boots.
I did too.
Oh, Kai,
Oop, hold on.
you should grab these boots.
Yeah, I
Okay.
played. So
Get on top of the building over
this
there.
thing?
Oh,
This building?
This one.
the main building, cosmetics one. Get on
Oh,
top of the
okay.
golf club, essentially.
Ugh,
Oh, if you can get up. there,
fuck. Wait, hold
You
on.
need
Oh,
to get another pair of boots. I would get onto the stairs and then use them.
okay. Is there a secret back there?
If you get on top of it,
you get on top.
you get an achievement.
Okay, I'll do it later then.
So I might be able to get you the boots here in a second. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to get some kind of collab for this going. I would love to.
Have you guys played around yet?
Damn.
We have done a couple matches. Arm doesn't
Okay.
like the mines, but I think he would like them more with more people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the mines either.
I think they're cool.
So you guys are in the lobby real quick. BRB real quick again. I just
Yep.
need to go grab
Take your
something.
time. Trying to get these boots. Microwave. Microwave. Oh. Get out of here. You motherfucker. Get out of here. You motherfucker. Get out of here. So fucked up. Okay, I got the boots. Check this out. You can actually hit the other mines away. See, you can see them over there. If you're good enough with it. Bitch. Also, I got 3 pairs of boots. I wonder if you can. I wonder.
Okay, I'm back.
Let's welcome back. I got you the boots.
Thank you. Oh, you did? Where?
Yep. I wonder if you can. I have them on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. On the stairs.
You can jump on the golf
and
cart.
then- Ah, fuck. Okay. Well, I can do it from here now, I guess.
Yeah, and then just jump on the golf club, and then you should be able to get on there without the boots. But and then you just walk up to the top of it.
Ah, fuck. Of course, I fell off the other way. Ah, fucking A.
You got this.
Please.
You can RP walk if you need to.
Okay, I got it.
There you go.
Nice.
I wanted to see if you could. Oh wait, arm. Come here. What if I did this? Rocket jump. Fucking played TF2.
Only downside to that is it ragdolls you.
True, but I got the elephant gun, so I could just momentum. Bitch.
Oh my god.
I like that 8 people can ride on a golf cart. I think that's really cool. And I could just change my position at any time. Wave. Microwave. Jesus Christ. I don't think you can get hit off of the golf cart as far as I know, but...
You can.
What?
Oh. Scared the crap out of me.
Microwave.
What the fuck? Why am I drifting so fucking hard?
Because you're driving a golf cart on a golf
Yeah.
course. This is the smooth area, so it's easier to drive on this. Whereas the non-green is harder to drive on.
Yeah, we're playing this for my birthday event thing. After the Minecraft thing, we're playing this.
Ooh. I'm definitely setting up a collab for this soon. I gotta figure out like schedules and stuff, but I might also try to post it in creator clubs to see if
Oh hell yeah!
get some
Make
more
sure you
people.
reserve a spot for me.
I want to get some. What I want to do is I want to get everybody that I can in our group, and then I want to try to get some new people as well. But I don't want to get too many people, so.
Right.
Because like
Well, this can go up.
I was gonna say it goes up to 16,
great.
so.
Yeah. Please,
I figure.
no.
I figure what I'll do. Jesus, it's so over dramatic. I figure like 8's a good amount of people because I don't want to do 16 because that's just too many. I wouldn't mind like up to 10, but like once it goes past 10, that's just too many people.
A little more. Yeah. Let's go, baby. I'm back in business.
You can change what camera it's at, like which camera is on the TV. This is my favorite one because you know what I can do with this one? I can look at this camera right here and I can just go.
me and Winslow have the caramel dancing.
Arm also has it.
No, I need to get it.
Oh, you don't have it
enough.
yet? Oh well, bet we can fix that right now. I turned off the mines completely, so don't worry. It should be completely off, because regardless of where you're at.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goal! Nice shot.
Yo.
God.
Don't worry, I got karma immediately, so it's okay.
Yeah. Damn it.
No. I thought I hit arm there. I was aiming for Kai, but I thought I hit arm. You're in front. You're in front of arm. That's how it is. Oh, hey, man. Oh, what?
Help! Help me!
Where's your ball at, man? Oh. Oh, fuck me.
God damn it.
Oh, I just did it.
Damn it.
Did hit me. Nope.
Oh. Lucky ass motherfucker.
Bitch.
No, fuck.
Ah, fucking.
Why?
Damn. I was trying to jump in front of the thing so it would hit me whenever you try to hit your ball.
Oh my god.
Adjust your shooting thing.
And then it scales up so fucking fast.
My thing going.
There you go. There you go. I'm judging you. I'm judging you.
Oh my god, Kai. I swear to God.
I like the camera. I really think it's kind of funny.
10 seconds remaining.
Please, stop giving me guns. Please.
I think you're going to lose.
Fine.
Finished.
If I can't win.
I've seen somebody hole in one on this one. I don't know how they did it, but I have seen it happen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goal!
God damn it. Fucking suck at that.
Nice shot. Fuck. Whoa.
Damn it.
Oh.
Ah!
There are mines. There are mines. Oh god.
Ah!
I don't know how these mines got here. I think they were placed retroactively.
God damn it. I'm fucked.
Oh!
Oh no!
I don't think you can fucking...
That's crazy.
Oh my god!
That's crazy that
think you
I.
could
To the
actually turn it
bottom of the
off, 'cause I
fucking
tried.
thing.
That's crazy that I hit you midair, though.
Oh my god. I'm all the way fucking down here, man.
If you get boots, you could probably. There's a bridge behind you that would bring you to the thing, but your balls are over
Oh,
there.
I didn't
so.
fucking know.
Well, you don't see it until
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I didn't see it until just.
I was gonna say it's on the other side of the fucking the flag. To be fair.
Hi, Arm.
Hi.
You got this. Believe. Just believe.
Yeah,
This game has been fun.
10 seconds remaining.
it's worth it.
Oh hush.
Ah! You hit me with the fucking ball. Swing quickly, because you can get overtime.
That's true.
Damn it.
It's true. I learned that during the
No, it went
the
into
last
overtime
ones.
and removed my process of swinging.
Well, it's only the only time it goes into overtime is if your ball's still like moving. That's when it goes into overtime, but that's it.
Oh, fucking
5,
whatever.
4,
Yeah, I learned that in the last match we played.
1, go!
Oh, fucker.
Please don't shoot me in the face.
I don't know if hopping actually helps or not.
It doesn't.
No. Oh,
Fuck! God!
Nice shot.
nice shot.
Oh. I would like to move forward a foot,
Uh-oh.
please.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I love the penalty thing. No! 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 Yeah! Get wrecked, son.
The elephant gun's so good for getting fucking forward. Looks on you, my ball's ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, please. Don't go into the hole. No, no!
It's a good thing, dude. It's a good thing. Because
Well,
then you
it's
can,
not, because it-
well, because you get to choose where the penalty goes. If you,
Yeah, as
like,
long as
if
you're
you,
careful.
yeah, if you're careful, you'll be able to, like, you know.
Yeah!
Oh, damn.
I love
Ah,
the fucking
fuck.
jump boots and the speedy coffee.
Please, please. Just get in the hole. Just get in the hole. Get in it.
Oh my god.
I like the music. It's very fast paced.
Mhm.
It's stressing me out.
A little bit.
I think it's
I need to go
supposed
turn
to,
the
yeah.
fuck
Yeah, I think
off.
it's the point.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Good shot, that.
Nice cock.
Uh.
What happened to you?
A penalty shot.
Oh, that's
I
very
went over
unfortunate.
On I did a homing shot on accident on the first one, which can fuck up your shit.
Oh, that's gonna be a penalty.
I fucking felt it. Ah!
Yeah.
Or not? Oh, god damn it. To play my own fucking music.
Damn
Ah!
it.
One after another. Ah! Oh.
Damn it.
There really isn't much I can do here. Oh, that's why. I see.
I see now. Fuck. That's gonna be a penalty. Please. Okay, thank goodness.
Wow, you got very lucky. Also, I seen that motherfucker. I seen you shooting at me.
You got me in midair. I was trying to get you in midair, but with more style.
No, that's fair.
Ah, fucking A.
That's fair. I would have let you, honestly, at that point. Like, there's nothing I could have done there.
Finally. Jesus, I'm getting fucking bullied. There, I just let the music turn down rather than completely off because it got very
Because
awkward.
it's very, like, very awkward or stressful.
Please, I beg. Yeah.
I gotta see if anybody's down to play that scam line game, because that game looks fun.
5,
That game,
You said it was like a.
it's like a social deduction game.
1. Goal. Nice shot.
What? I swung! What? I just stood there!
Wow.
Like the dance moves in this, they're really good. I like the one I did because all I can think of is the first time I saw the dance move that I do at the end of my thing is I was in VR chat and I was in VR chat and the first time I saw the dance move was from a banana doing it, and I was like, this is the best thing in the game that I've seen.
Yufii! How dare!
What?
Ah!
Can't help that
I
I'm
still
just,
got it.
can't help that I'm just good.
Peace out.
God damn it! Game fucking hates me.
How rude!
Yeah? Oh,
I really want to up the movement speed in this fucking game. It's so goddamn slow.
Harassment.
oh, fucking. Alright. You know what? I wasn't even aiming towards you!
This game for sure is getting modded at some point.
Oh,
There's
1000%.
God damn it.
there will be fucking mods.
I
for
just
this
hope
game.
that it's not, like, crazy.
Oh
You
my
know.
god. Stop it.
There's gonna be crazy power-up mods and everything.
I want more chaos, but I don't want, like, too much chaos, you know? Bitch.
Right.
I think this is overly chaotic as it is.
Yeah, I don't want more
I
power-ups,
don't need
truthfully.
more mods on this. I refuse to play this modded.
I think there is just
I'll
not
work you into it
really
one of these
anything you
days.
could... Fucking Christ. I had it...
That's what Yufii said about getting me to play RE6. That's not fucking happened.
Finished.
I think that it would be okay to have it modded, but only if it's quality of life and nothing else. Because like,
Yeah.
Make you
because this
run
game's
fast.
already super chaotic. I think the only
Give
thing
me
you
a
could add is
sprint
like,
option
give me more
before the speed
cosmetics.
of the coffee.
Give me more cosmetics and give me a sprint button. You could remove the
Yeah.
coffee. Like that'd be fine. Because like any power-ups, additional power-ups just would not. It'd be too much. my microwave. Any new hairstyles yet? Unlocked a couple, but
I can get a little flower for my head. Yes, please.
I have a candle and a giraffe. There's not been any good like hats yet. My microwave.
Oh, you can set outfits too. There's like 4 outfits you can switch.
Yeah, I
between.
seen that.
That's really nice, actually.
I don't think there's really.
There's a Cyclops eye, which I know
Yeah, I
my
seen
friend would
that.
fucking like. My friend rocks.
Yeah.
His guy's like a space alien or something. I'm not fully 100% sure, but
Microwave. Oh, heard that shit.
Fucking rude. As
was
soon as
waiting.
I left.
I was waiting
as
for
soon
so
as I
long.
left too.
This is probably what I'll use. I get some nice eyes as well.
How the fuck do you emote again?
T, hold T.
Oh.
What is going on over there? You fucking
Ah!
dispensing more coffee?
Yes. How many can I spawn?
Microwave. Give me a high ponytail and I'll be happy. Because, like, this ponytail's nice, but, like, it's not enough. I'm gonna be the Fonz if I put this fucking hairstyle on. I don't know how many people who know who that is, but, you know. In this day and age, I don't know many people who do. Got the old Videl hairstyle. Older Videl hairstyle. You got the Chi-Chi hairstyle. What is going on over there?
Enough coffee?
Fucked up. Oh, coffee. Somebody's gotta drink all this. And that somebody's probably gonna be in the bathroom the rest of the day.
Literally what I was thinking.
God, this game is great though. I definitely could see this being like a really fun one.
Damn it.
Oh yeah, I can up the player speed.
You can?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you can?
I'm up in it. I'm up in it.
holy- Oh my god. Oh my god.
I upped it from 100% to 150.
Okay.
Can't wait for the fucking updates for this game. They're gonna add so much shit naturally too.
2,
True. I want more quality of life.
go!
Damn it.
Oh yeah, that's a lot better. I could probably up it to 200, but that'd be really fast. Maybe like 170 is a good sweet spot.
Why did I come this way? My ball literally went over there.
Ah!
Nice shot.
I wasn't even in your fucking way.
And?
You know what? Can't argue with that. Oh, come on.
Get over here. I'll get you, Yufii.
Oh my god. I just want to play golf.
Not allowed.
Hey man. Oh, that was a nice shot. Me dancing right next to you.
Wait, hold on. You did it!
How do you feel about the speed?
You're like sliding.
Arm, how do you feel about the speed? You like it? You want it up?
For this tiny little course, it was fine.
Okay. I'm just saying at some point I could up it to like 170 and see if that's like the sweet spot, but I feel like 200 would just be too much. It'd
You
go
gotta
too
go
quickly.
175. You gotta go in for.
I don't think I can.
You can't.
Well, I think I
mean,
don't
we
think
have
I can
to
do.
test all the speeds.
Well, I don't think you can do. I think it's intervals of 10. I don't think it's more than just intervals of 10. Oh, yeah. You know what? You've incurred my wrath.
Have I?
No, not really.
Oh fuck, that's penalty. Oh.
should probably get that checkpoint.
No, fuck. No. God, I hate these power bars.
Ah, fuck. Ah!
Thank God for the cactus. Oh. Dude, there's no shot my fucking golf ball went. Oh, hey.
God, it takes forever to scroll down.
Bitch.
God damn it.
Don't worry, I got fucking karma'd immediately when I fell off. Oh, my game froze.
Oh, God. I was about to say, some lag fucking
Yeah,
happened.
no, because I fucking... The elephant gun. Oh,
Wow.
Jesus.
could you imagine? Oh, fuck you.
Uh-oh. 10 seconds remaining.
Ugh. Dude
Could you
literally eats snot. You can hear it. 10 seconds remaining.
He's so mad.
Just don't get shot.
Oh, Hero bought this.
Sure.
5,
I'm playing Marvel
4,
Rifles. My aim's getting better.
1.
Yeah, man.
Go!
That's supposed to be me.
No!
You motherfucker.
And I got a fucking penalty stroke, dude.
So did I.
Ugh.
You bitch. Joke's on you. It actually helped me. Nope. See you later. Bitch.
God fucking. Lord forbid I want to line up a shot.
Hey, I'm just paying you back, man. Trying to shoot me?
No!
He's trying to shoot me.
Oh my god, that's the worst spot it could be in. Oh my god. Okay. How the fuck do I do
To be
this?
fair, I thought that would actually help you.
Where the fuck did my ball go? Oh, there it is.
Oh, you got penalty. That's what happened. Arm, you better shoot soon. Oh, never mind. You're good.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going for him. I was gonna give him some mercy.
Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Yeah, give me some fucking mercy, Jesus. Now you don't have that
You
gun for the
already
next round.
won.
That's true. You don't have the gun for the next
I
round.
don't need it. I don't really like that gun anyway because of the knockback, so.
Arm, did you know you can put a CRT filter on the cameras, like whenever you're spectating?
That would be so cool.
You know, it's in the settings. You can change it, so you can put it in.
Oh,
It's in the
yeah?
setting.
Yeah, you can turn it on right
Cool.
now if you wanted.
5, 4,
I hate this map.
2,
Mo-
1.
I'm not gonna do it.
This is such an asshole fucking thing. No, motherfucker!
Now imagine if that had been an air horn.
Damn. Uh-huh. Fucking cock.
I don't know how to get over there now.
You gotta go all the
You
way
need jump
around
boots.
unless you had boots. How did my ball get here? You know what? It's not important.
How the fuck did you get over there, Kai?
I imagine she had jump boots.
Yeah, I had you need jump boots.
Yeah. I think the car might be able to, but
God
that'd have to be
fucking-
a good run and start.
Oh.
Nope. Oh.
Hey, yep.
First try.
That's great. I love not being able to get to my ball for like 2 minutes fucking straight.
Yeah, this one is a rough map.
Dude, that's how it would work in real golf.
That's true. But you usually have golf carts the whole time.
You know, this is the most realistic golf game I've ever played.
Yeah, you know, you're shooting rocket launchers at your friends and
Well, you know.
mines and
Some parts of
orbital
it, some parts not so
lasers
much.
and elephant guns and flintlock pistols.
Stop complaining, you're in first.
I'm
will
tied.
Continue to complain.
I'm tied with him. All right, so casual hole in one, right?
Oh, thank God you're so fucking far away from me.
5,
Casual hole in one, right?
3,
I
2,
don't think so.
go.
I bet.
Fuck. Alright,
God.
well, I fucked that
First
up real
try.
hard.
First try. Oh, imagine. Somebody almost fucking sank that.
Haha.
Bitch.
Motherfucker!
God damn it.
That's fucked up.
No fucking Christ!
Stop! No!
Why do we all suddenly have fucking flintlocks?
Flintlock pistols.
God, I hate this fucking map. Save me.
No, 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 no.
Oh. Bless. Sorry.
No, you're in my way.
Hey, I can't control where it puts
My
me.
way.
Oh no!
No! I hate everything.
Dance together, Yufii.
I'm living my best life.
The sand is actually really good
Oh, that's so fucked up.
Bruh, no!
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds.
No!
this.
Yeah,
this
I just.
Finish.
Just on the floor.
Oh, I'm in first place. Oh, I'm in first place. I should stop complaining.
I mean, to be fair, we were tied. That
This
one's
map
rough.
was bullshit.
That one was
Hate
rough.
That map. God.
What was that for?
I can't believe we found Bully Arm the game.
Literally.
We'll do 170, by the way.
Oh.
170.
Microwave.
Microwave. All right, 170 is the speed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Nice shot.
Yup.
Uh-huh.
You. Fuck. Actually, that might have been. That actually was really good for me. Never mind. Maybe. Nope, never mind. It's not good for me at all.
Oh my God. Why? This game hates me.
Oh, well. You and me both, man.
You bitch!
Yeah. Oh.
There. Even.
No. Fuck. All right.
God. I got right to my ball and you put a fucking ball in the back of my head.
Thanks,
God
man.
Damn it. I didn't want to taste lead this early in the fucking morning.
You know what?
That worked.
Ah.
Oh, the lag.
Damn.
Damn.
Uh-oh. 10 seconds.
Yeah, don't remind me.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I was gonna shoot you
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
Wow. Just fucking sweats barrel down back and neck.
Vertigo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Ah!
Nice shot!
I hate it here. Ah,
Oh,
I
God
fucking fell off.
God shit.
I know where my ball is, man. Hey, man. Damn. I still missed. Please hit the cactus. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna overshoot that, but that's okay. I didn't overshoot that.
Yeah,
That's surprising,
nothing.
actually.
Penalty right there.
Come on.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, that's actually good for me.
Ah, why'd I do that?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, and then you start panicking. God. No one else
Out
is
of the way.
available.
Okay.
Oh, there goes the golf cart.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh God, please.
Jesus.
Finish!
There we go.
The movement does feel a lot better.
Yeah. 170 seems like a good sweet spot.
Yeah.
I'll keep that
My
in
God,
mind.
there's so much green on my fucking shit.
5,
I'm phasing out of existence.
3, 2, 1, go! Nice shot!
Oh God damn it, that would have been perfect.
Dude, imagine if this game had momentum. Like if with movement. You know what's funny though? I could have enabled a setting that would allow me to hit your ball as well.
The fuck is my ball? Hello? It's all the way back here.
I was about to hit the magnet button. You know what happens when when I would have hit the magnet button? That shit would have came
Right
back to
me.
you. It would have beamed right back to you.
I didn't do fucking anything. Elephant gun betrayed me.
First day! That was fast.
I'm walking up to the course, me off to the side dancing.
Nuh-uh.
And it's in.
Wow.
See, I only have it on 5 courses, but you can do like a lot of courses. Default's 9. There's like a lot of courses in the game.
2, 1, go! Nice shot!
So if somebody hits it for 100, they get the speed boost at the start, by the way. Like whoever hits it first and hits 100, that's speed boost at the start. Oh. You might have actually just helped me though, to be fair. Nope, nope. Well, kind of.
No, fuck. Come on.
Oh my God.
Man,
Are
I
you
wonder
for
who
real?
I wonder
Are you
who put
so
these
for
golf
real?
carts here. Crazy.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, that's so. Ow! What the fuck?
Calculated.
Yeah. That overtime, crazy.
I don't fucking wait for it to stop rolling.
The eyes and the eyebrows on the camera is so fucking funny.
It is.
Ugh. After this set of maps, I need to go use the fucking bathroom.
Yeah, you're
Jesus
good.
Christ.
You're
He's
good.
been holding it in.
I have.
The golf.
5,
Must golf.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go, nice jump.
Yup.
We both had the speed boost.
Oh, did you? Maybe we hit it at the same time.
Oh, mother. Oh my god.
Wow. Okay, that can still fucking. Okay. Well, fuck you guys. I'm
Nice
out.
shot.
Did my ball hit the fucking golf cart?
Oh, that'd be crazy if it did.
Oh!
I see you get your fucking, what's it called? Oh, damn. That was so fast.
No. No, go back up.
Penalty it if you have to. Oh, shit. You know what?
You're moving so fucking fast.
Wow.
Yeah, I straight up ran up the Kai point blank with no.
No. You're done.
No more.
Rude. Wow.
Oh,
Eye in the
fuck.
hole.
That's what you deserve.
Finish.
All right.
Imagine 16 people with this.
Oh my
there wouldn't be
God.
enough power-ups to be
I-
given to everybody.
I couldn't even make content out of 16 people in this because it'd be too fucking chaotic.
It would just be clips.
It would, yeah, no, it would be clips. I mean, to be fair, with any amount of
I
people. it would
cannot
just be
wait to
clips.
stream this again and fucking upload clips to fucking Clock app for this.
Clock app?
TikTok.
Oh.
TikTok.
It's like,
My
what the
friend
fuck you talking
Shashiki
about?
says clock apps. That's all I fucking.
What the fuck you
say
talking about?
now.
Clock app.
Please, please, I beg you. Let me fucking begging. Safe in here. Goes to shop.
Where you at, Arm?
I'm customizing.
Oh, I was gonna say, I need to show you something whenever you get out of the shop after I find out what else I want.
This outfit's really cute. New dance, baby. Alright, go pee, dude.
I'm buying
Yes,
a dance.
alright.
Hold on.
What do you think my face?
It's great, Yufii.
I did my best. Rules I've been given. That's cute. I like that. I want that. Speed boost from doing that. It's crazy. Yeah, this definitely is one of those games where I definitely could see getting like a lot of fucking clips from this. By the way, chat, just in case you're not familiar, or not familiar, what's the word? Just in case you don't know, the voting ended on the next outfit. We're gonna be beach episode Yufii. That's the next outfit. Just in case you weren't aware. Very exciting stuff. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. Even. Beach episode Yufii is going to be very interesting. I've got to think of how I'm going to do the design and then go from there. I want this one. Oh, fangs. I didn't even see the fangs. Change the color of my outfit as well. I'm going wed. This game's great though. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, I love this game.
It is super fun. Ooh, I just thought of a good strat. Let me see if I can pull it off. Let me see if I can get the item for it.
This isn't where I was standing.
Yeah, you weren't standing wherever it is you are. I have an interesting strat. I'm gonna see if I can grab the items for it though. I don't want this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't know how I survived that,
There's
but
a car in the middle.
I was thinking a good strat would be is spring boots, elephant gun. I mean, it doesn't carry momentum, but it was a nice.
Back in a minute. My stomach hurts, so I might be a hot minute, but I will be back.
Take your time. What do you think of my face on? I changed my face. I got egg on my head too. What? Hey!
Nice shot.
Oh, you can't mid-air bounce with the bouncy shoot. I mean, to be fair, that makes sense, but like, that would be cool. I think momentum would be crazy in this game, though. Like, having any sort of momentum would be wild. You fucker. You would think that, like, the bubble would allow you to not get fucked over by the, what's it called? Oh, you can hold R to restart, by the way. Like, if I hold R, it'll send you back to spawn.
No, it's sending you back to the last
Oh.
checkpoint.
Oh, it sent me back to spawn. Probably because I haven't grabbed any checkpoints, to be fair.
I grabbed the checkpoint right before it fucking finished.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, that was so fucking close.
You should come drive this car.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I don't think I will, man.
Fuck.
Oh, I hit the
It was
golf
the car
cart.
that got me.
I hit the golf cart and it fucking hit you. Like, go behind it. Go. The fuck? How did I do that? Go, like, directly behind it. Oh, shit. I think you're standing on it. Oh! Jesus.
Yeah, the fucking
The mines instantly
landmines, if you
explode.
stick it onto the cart,
Yeah.
it keeps it from moving.
So it's
then it
instant
just-
explode, yeah.
Yeah, it just defaults to exploding. Oh.
Dude, the fucking...
I'm back.
Welcome back. The
Thank you. I
the
ate-
coffee and shit's crazy.
I ate fire sauce soup, so
No, that's fair.
my insides want to be my outsides now.
Real. I know that feeling. Every day.
Same. Not anything out of the normal for me, to be honest.
I have changed my face.
Oh, I love it. Cute. Aww.
I was saved on this day. Truly. I think it would be very cool if I hit the ball straight. You thought. I think it'd be very cool if I hit the ball straight up and then somebody else hits the ball while it's coming back down. Like, that would require you to have that rule set on, but, like, it'd be very cool.
Yeah. Look, it's me. Hold on. I forgot how to emote. I'm telling Bray you were holding my hand. We actually ended up, so Ari's at a con, so we actually ended up canceling Wisdom 101 this weekend because you guys were also doing chores, so.
Yeah, we were doing a lot of chores, and like I didn't actually get onto my PC fully until what was it, like almost midnight?
Jesus.
And then by then I just sat in here, watched a couple of Ghibli movies with some other people, and just went to bed. I was like, all right, cool. I beat the second Infinity Blade game.
Oh, nice.
That means anything to anybody.
I know nothing about this game.
Infinity Blade is pretty cool.
Wow.
Hey Kai,
I'm ready when you guys are.
I'm just
What's up?
adjusting some rules.
watch this tech.
Sick tricks! Where's your car learn to do that? Can you help me train mine?
Yeah, there is 27 different courses, and it's coast, forest, and desert. Just in case you're curious. There's still a good amount of courses we haven't even touched. There's only one mode right now. I'm imagining, because right now there's the free-for-all mode, but I'm assuming they're gonna add in like a teams mode as well, which would be kind of cool.
Come here, little man. Come here. Oh God. Hi. There's not enough room on this chair for you, but I must love. Mwah. All right, go. Go ahead.
Let's see.
All right.
All right, you ready?
I'm slowly getting the teams together for my Minecraft thing, like starting to assign players that don't have teams.
Yeah.
What would be nice, even if they didn't include a sprint, for every time you hit a perfect 100% on your ball, it should
It
give
would
you
give
the
you like a
speed
bit of a speed boost.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I know if you shoot somebody, it gives you a speed boost.
Well, yeah, I know. If hit another player, it'll
Yeah.
give you a speed boost, regardless of what it is.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just about to be assassinated.
I saved you.
Yeah, I had another gun locked up too.
4,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
Damn it.
No.
Yes.
Yufii!
What, man?
Stop hogging all the boxes! No! No!
Oh!
Excuse me. Oh! My head.
Strats.
Bitch.
No! Fuck! No!
Oh!
Get it, guy! Get it! Yeah!
Oh! I've got shields. Oh,
Oh.
shit, I forgot I was on 10.
I also want the dive to actually be useful.
Yeah, a bit more like less
Webfishing.
time spent on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
It was the same complaint between me playing Wind Waker first and then going to Ocarina,
Mhm.
because rolling in Wind Waker, you just keep fucking rolling. You can just spam A and it just keeps going. In Ocarina, it just like a little stop, and it
Yeah.
always irritated me.
No, I know what you mean.
No!
Oh, that's a
Where are
problem.
you?
I didn't. That
Come
wasn't
here.
even me.
Come here.
That wasn't even me.
Come here.
Oh, I got an achievement. I got an achievement for that. Danger close. That's a bridge. Gotta go across the bridge.
Ah, penalty! Oh!
Bitch.
God, fucking, I was like, God damn it. No! Grab the next one!
You fucker! I fucking did the horn right as you fucking did that.
Come on, get in. Okay, I have a nitpick. If I
Wow.
put the power bar right at the fucking flag, it should not slow down to a literal fucking crawl.
Were you
at
on the green or the
fucking
rough?
flag. I was on the green.
It's only
I'm
an
saying, like,
estimate.
the power bar is bullshit.
The power
I
bar
don't
is a
like the power bar.
suggestion.
5, 4,
I don't like it because it should do what it says.
1.
It's not gonna go in the hole if you hit it right on the flag.
I didn't hit. It should.
No, that's not how golf works.
Yes, because that should be the distance that it travels without it fucking slowing down to a literal fucking crawl.
That'd make it
I
too
hit it
easy.
before you did that.
Damn it. Lame.
Hey man, could you stop grabbing all the boxes?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck you. Ah, thanks for the speed boost.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Got a birdie. Where are you going?
Arm.
What happened there, man?
I had momentum from opening up the fucking car.
You didn't press E to get out of your car?
No.
Oh. Me fucking doing the dance behind you. So fucking funny. I gave you 50 seconds, by the way. Oh, you just fucked yourself.
And see, like, that was like, in perspective, what I just did there was like 30 feet away from the flag and it still slowed down.
Sometimes
Before when it-
whatever
You
you're
were
doing...
on the rough. You
I
were on the rough.
wasn't!
No, he was on the green when he did that last shot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I
Even
think
before
what
he was on the run.
sometimes
even
when
before.
you're shooting, what I've noticed is sometimes you have to overshoot and sometimes you have to undershoot.
I'm so used to Wii Golf.
Damn it.
Ugh.
Ah!
I
Wow.
also
Wow.
wish the dive.
Ah!
Oh my god.
That actually got me where I needed to go, thanks.
Yep.
Nice shot.
Oh my god. My ball flew through the bottom of the map. Oh, I'm glitched. Hello? Oh, you're fucking kidding.
Oh, you got disconnected? What the fuck? What happened?
Literally everything stopped working.
I've not seen that happen. What the fuck? Are you able to rejoin?
Alright,
No,
Start
it was my
for-
network.
Yeah. Okay. I'll reset us.
Oh,
That's stupid.
my god. Let me go down and check to see if any of the fucking cats got to the Wi-Fi.
Yup. Take your time. Microwave. A microwave. Microwave. A microwave. A microwave. Microwave.
I fucking love living here.
Yep. Microwave.
One sec.
Mike.
Are you back in armor?
Yeah, he's back in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
one
back
second.
in.
Microwave. I wonder what I got for that achievement that I got. Oh, this is what I got for the achievement. I got the fucking Killzone mask. Well, not exactly Killzone, but for whenever
What
you got hit
achievement?
for the one where your eye was within like 10 meters of the orbital laser explosion. It's not a Killzone mask, but it reminds me of it. It's this one.
Oh.
Yeah, if you're close to the orbital laser when it happens, you get a achievement. Oh. I wish I could. It'd be kind of cool if I could land on the ground and then just start crawling around. Crawling around like a little freak.
I'm good to go. Sorry.
Yup, I'm just fucking
I
around
was
with them.
quickly making a new category for one of the teams.
Yup. I have something for you, Kai.
For me? Thank you! I've always wanted one. What?
So was everything good, Arm? Or was...
Yeah, it's fine. It's just my internet sucks. It's only shitty because of where we live.
Yeah.
We don't have
course.
access to some of the things. I don't have all the choice that I possibly can
Yeah.
from my internet providers, and it's fucking bullshit.
No, I mean, that's fair. I get that. Alright.
Damn it.
Oh, we both got it, Arm. Nope. Thanks for the checkpoint.
God fucking damn it.
Oops.
This is the wrong way to be going. I got boots though.
Oh god
Oh,
damn it.
fuck. Damn it.
Stop.
That was fun.
That's crazy. Get close to it. Get close to it. You get the achievement.
I did it! I did it! I did it! Ah!
Did you get the achievement, Arm?
Yep.
Nice.
I know where my ball is. Oh, there it is.
Damn, that would have been wild. You sunk that.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's every time I put it onto the fucking flag, it doesn't do it.
You're welcome.
Are you using the level 1 hit? You keep arching it, so.
That's on 10% if you arch it.
Yeah, no, I'm flicking my fucking scroll wheel. Your scroll wheel does the same thing.
Scroll wheel is manual.
5,
What's it called?
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Ah!
Nice shot.
Nice
For
shot.
why?
I seen that shit, motherfucker. Oh fuck. Oh, you have two of them.
God damn it, buttons! I hate clicking the fucking buttons on the top of the keyboard. It sucks so much.
I can't really say nothing because I'm really fast at clicking.
Yeah, I want the scroll wheel to go across my items, not adjust the fucking angle.
It'd be kind of cool if you could like click in your mouse, your middle mouse, and it would like.
God fucking.
Oh
Can I
fuck.
switch between the two?
Yeah, like middle mouse clicking, it would actually like switch. You could
That'd
probably
be nice.
you could probably rebind it. Just rebind
You
it.
okay?
Oh, game froze for a second. Oh shit! I got an achievement for knocking you out when you had your pistol out.
Wow.
Oh, you fucker! I didn't even fucking had the chance to do anything yet.
Fuck.
Oh wait. Penalty? Penalty? Yeah! Look at that! Oh, look how close that was! Ow.
Finish.
Yeah, if you want a quick achievement, two of us need to have a pistol, and then one of us needs to shoot the other person.
I got one of those.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I just got it.
5, 4, 3,
Fucking
two.
this map.
1, go!
Ah, fuck. Oh.
Damn it.
I think the fucking
Ah!
penalty struck.
Ah!
Ugh.
Fucking two. Oh my god.
Hey, whoever's ball is over here by me, you really fucked up. Oh, that's Kai.
Alright.
Yeah, you really
That's
fucked
me,
up.
alright. Oh, good god. Okay.
Hey, don't worry, I'll help you out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll help you out.
Oh, thanks, it did nothing.
Yep, you're welcome.
Very helpful.
Damn, I was too far away.
Ah.
You bitch.
Oh,
You know
let me
what?
back up.
Oh, come on. Oh, that was a nice shot.
Shit, I'm so screwed, dude.
Holy shit, you're so fucking far
Yeah.
away.
She got
I am
really
so
fucked
screwed.
over. Like, me shooting her with a rocket was just kind of collateral. or not collateral, but added onto it, but it was
Did it
rough.
just start with my initial fucking flintlock shot?
Well, she shot it over to the left here, under that bridge. Yeah. It's
That
fucked.
sucks.
Insult to injury, I shot her with a rocket while she was under there.
Yeah. I'm gonna cry now, thanks.
10 seconds remaining.
Hey, you have another chance. Just sink it right here.
Yeah. I got it. Watch this.
Yeah.
Overtime.
Yeah, it's going. It's
Nope.
going. It's going. It's gonna bounce. There it goes. It's almost there. It's still rolling. You get in there anytime.
Finished.
And you didn't make it, unfortunately.
That's okay.
You almost made it. The overgrown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Oh! Good penalty. Whoever got their penalty there. Oh, that's not good. I didn't even do that.
God, that sent me back to the very fucking beginning.
Oh, because you didn't get a checkpoint. That's fucked.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. No! I'm alive.
Fuck!
Oh! That's fucked up.
Oh, I overshot it a little.
Just a little bit.
Just a wee bit.
Oh, you're joking.
No!
Yeah.
I
Damn.
was moving so fucking fast that I ran into the fucking water.
Not gonna complain about being too speedy.
160 is an option.
Ah!
That's actually
Get out
good
of the
for you,
way.
though. That's actually good for you, though. To be fair, you would have hit it over. A little bit more, buddy. There you go. What's that new dance move you got there, buddy?
It's the fucking decade or like evolution of Dance Dance.
Mmm.
Is that the one where he keeps like fucking multiplying himself?
Yep.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Oh, that's fucked.
Oh, what?
No, please let me. Oh.
You did hit your ball.
How did I get a fucking penalty?
It probably just barely went into the fucking thing. I guess. Did you fucking sink that?
I synced it with my penalty.
Oh, you motherfucker. Ah!
You fucking waiting, pointing the goddamn gun.
Fuck you.
Wow.
No! Do not tell me that. Okay, we're good. I was about to say, do not. Stop.
Please.
Piss.
Finish.
Oh my god. Oh,
Did we already do
you
the
gonna?
whole fucking round? Jesus.
Yeah,
that
it was
felt
5. It was
fast.
5 holes. That's what we've been doing. Also,
I know that just felt faster than the other ones for some reason.
the matter of honor, the one where I shot with a gun, it gives you a powdered wig. to buy. So my microwave. I figure out what all the
I want to get
achievements
some
are.
of the other outfits.
Yeah, that's me. I think it's a lot of achievements and stuff. I want to see what all the other outfits are. Order behind you and a cut above. I want to see what the achievements are. How do I get these achievements? I'm looking for the achievement specifically. I want to see what these... The hoarder behind you, cut above. Score a hole in one is a cut above. Okay.
Alright, I think I want to save my currency for.
I see how it is.
Later.
I see how to get them. I don't have enough to get a new thing. I kind of wanted a new one. New club. No, my hat. My hair. How much longer you all feeling like playing?
Wow, wow, wow!
Jesus.
I'm gonna go for as long as you guys are, really.
Arm.
I don't know.
One full 27 round. 27 whole round.
No.
No, please. I don't know. This is certainly a game to get back into every now and then.
Yeah,
I really don't want to ruin it by playing the fuck out of it
Well,
right now.
so my idea is
Right.
I want to set up a collab for it. For the next time that we play this, I want to set up a collab for it.
Yeah, like after
Specifically.
this, it'll probably be a couple of weeks before I want to boot it up again.
Well, I'm gonna set up a collab for it. If you're not gonna play it for a couple weeks, I'm still gonna set up a collab for it for sometime in the future.
Yeah. I'm
Probably in
just
the
saying
next-
for me. I'm,
For me, I'll definitely be setting up a collab for it for hopefully in the next week or something. I don't know. So,
got you.
because this week, because I got a stream for the next 3 days. So, because I've got anniversary on Tuesday, tomorrow's a normal stream, and then Wednesday is a normal stream. So,
I moved my anniversary to my actual B-Day stream because my anniversary is the same week as my mom's birthday. So it's just like, alright, I'll just fucking move it to my birthday, and that way I just kill two birds with one stone.
yes,
Because
that's
you
fair.
can move your stream anniversary date, so.
No, not my stream anniversary, my debut anniversary.
Oh, okay.
My debut anniversary is on
How do you
Tuesday.
drop items, by the way?
F.
Oh, okay.
My debut anniversary is on Tuesday, and I can't exactly move my debut anniversary.
Yeah.
So I figure I'll probably watch my debut and cringe or something.
I would hope that Sid would be done with my new model by my birthday, but
So violent.
I don't think so. She's having some troubles with it. I'll show you what's going on with it. Hold on. It's fucking hilarious, dude. Hold on.
Yup.
So she tried to like do the stitch thing in Blender that automatically sets up the shirt, but she was having some problems with.
Is it
Oh
weight
my
painting?
God.
Is it weight painting related?
I don't know. I don't know what she's doing.
Jesus.
Yeah. She was having some trouble.
I see. That definitely doesn't look like weight painting to me. That looks like something happened to the polygons.
Yeah.
And it got fucking decimated all to hell.
Mama, why are you yelling? Oh! I saw them a smidge too late.
A microwave. My microwave. Microwave.
Meow, why are you mowing?
I could definitely go for like another round though, if you are feeling it. Do like a
One more round.
another round, one more round.
One
How
more round
many
there?
how many holes are we feeling? So, Do another 5, or you want to do another like 6 or you know.
Go
The
on.
default is 9.
No.
You down for like a 9?
Say it. I could hear those gears turning when you were saying the numbers. Like, it was,
Five,
oh no, I
4,
can't say that.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh fuck.
Oh, let's go in the water.
Yep, mine is going in the water. Yours are not. Go ahead.
God fucking damn it! No! I had the play.
He had it.
Did you get penalty stroke?
No, 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 no!
That's crazy.
The air horn.
Emergency air horn.
Oh,
Bitch.
God fucking damn it!
First place!
God.
Penalty,
No,
penalty.
penalty.
Oh wow, you protected yourself there.
Finish!
I don't know why. If you look at that dance that you're doing from behind you, it looks like you're jerking off.
It's something about golf that just makes me so.
Oh my god, this fucking map.
Oh, I love this map. It's so great.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
How do you do that before you hit it? What the fuck?
I had that shit pulled out, ready to go. Nope. Go ahead, pussy. Oh, I was too far away to do it.
Nice shot!
Oh! Don't worry, I'm not shooting you. I was trying to bring myself forward. If I'll make it. Oh.
Oh.
Fuck.
Birdie!
Oh, finish a hole. I got a new achievement.
I didn't even know there was pars on this.
Yeah.
I'm not paid any attention to it at all.
I mean, there are golf scores on this. However, it does contribute a little bit to your score, I think, but I'm not positive.
Yes, yes, it does. It does give you a little bit of a bonus, but not.
Not
This
crazy.
game's kind of like more.
It's more about getting it done quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
It's literally the game mode from the new golf game for Mario. It's just speed golf shit. Check this out, chat. Watch this. You're gonna love this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
It's fucked up.
Wow. Damn, that's crazy.
Nope. Think I won't? Think I won't?
Oh. Yeah.
Thanks for the boost.
Yup. You know what's crazy? That actually only targets the person that's in first. Ow!
Like a penalty.
Damn! You know what?
I already shot, damn it.
I like how you'd be like, yeah, we haven't gotten this thing to fucking spawn in at all, and now it's spawning in like every 3 boxes that we grab.
That's good.
Literally.
I wanted to spawn in.
It's such bullshit. I mean, it's better bullshit than the mines. I will give it
Yeah.
that. It's better than that. It's like a blue shell.
That's yeah.
You can kind of avoid it too, because I found
What the
that out.
fuck?
Yeah, if you're fast enough, you can avoid it.
Finish.
Oh boy, Lone Island, my favorite place.
My favorite artist
5,
duo.
4,
Yeah, Lonely Island.
2,
Yup.
1. Go. Nice
God
shot.
damn it. Fuck is my ball? There it is. Oh!
Nice shot.
Fuck.
No, why is it tracking you?
Because
No!
you went to the red in your power thing. If you go into the red,
Damn, it hit
it
one.
automatically tracks. Uh-oh. I'm here. Hey man.
Oh.
Oh!
Fuck off.
Nope.
Damn it.
Oh fuck.
Damn it.
That's right.
Birdie.
Oh! Technically, I know you were shooting me just to shoot me
I'm getting
there.
A little bit better at it.
I know you were shooting me just to shoot me there, Kai, but technically you really helped yourself there, but then you kind of fucked it up.
Finish.
Yeah.
Yo!
I
was a good
stuck
shot.
that shit.
Good shot. So, fun fact, longer courses that we do, more holes we do, the more money you'll get.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Nice shot.
Oh, speed boost. I love speed boost. That's crazy.
Ow! Fucking.
Get penalty.
I got another achievement. Knock myself out with my own ball.
You fuck!
Nice shot.
Thank you.
How did that go
King.
in the water? What the fuck?
That's crazy. I got the strats for this map, so. Oh, I would say I do, but unfortunately I just got fucked up.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow.
No.
Oh, I'm so fucking good at this game.
Are
I
you?
really, I had myself in a really bad situation, and I saved myself. Yeah, go ahead.
God damn.
Yeah?
I pulled a me. Get right in fucking front of you. Bang.
Went right between your fucking legs.
Yeah, that's insane.
I was the windmill hole all along. Hi, Jubin.
Oh. Is this a different one?
This is one we probably haven't done yet.
5, 4,
I'm sorry, Jubin. I can't play. I can't play right now. I'm golfing.
go. Nice shot.
Nice.
Nice
Mine?
shot.
Also mine.
Yufii the
I just knocked myself out with my own ball and got an achievement. Fuck you, I hit that before.
Please. Stop rolling, you fucking shit. Oh my god.
Bitch.
No way! There's no way!
Oh
was
my
awful.
god! I almost sunk that from where I shot from back there. Oh my god, dude. Come on. Fuck you.
First place. That was fun.
Damn it.
Thank you for the first place
Shit.
bullshit announcer. Very cool.
God damn it.
Damn, that's a crazy number up in the top right corner.
I can't even see it because my scoreboard's just covering it.
Do it when we get back into the drive. The driving range.
Fair.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Fuck.
Fuck.
What the fuck? What the hell?
This map has wild mines in it.
Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah.
That's super fucked.
Yeah, that other map with the bridges also has. That's why you saw.
That's
mines.
true. I do remember this.
That is going to be a penalty.
Nope. Ah! Thanks, man. Ah!
Uh-huh.
Nope.
Ah!
Ah!
You know what?
You know what?
Get fucked, guys.
God damn it, man.
Hey, you still
I just
won, mother.
stroke for the
You still
win.
won, motherfucker.
I know I still won. My ping. Kinda, not really, but you know.
We tied, to be fair, but
better
it's a-
ping than I do.
But that's what I was saying. I won by ping.
Ugh.
I need to see how much money I got. Do I have enough? Ooh, I have enough.
I was gonna say, look at your emote whenever you get the chance. I did get a new hair or new something, but I don't know what it was because I hit myself with my own ball. I'm not positive as to what that was. Oh, I got the 8-ball, like ball.
But I hit myself with my own ball.
Then I don't know what to tell you, man. It was because I had hit it as it was landing, not like penalty.
No, I hit myself as it was landing.
Oh, I don't know then.
And I got an achievement for it.
Oh, then you should have the 8-ball.
I don't have the
Click.
8-ball.
Is it not showing at all?
Nope.
You didn't get the failed successfully achievement?
Nope. It's just saying I still need to unlock it.
Oh, well, maybe that
Let me
was a
check
different
my
achievement.
Steam.
If it's there, you can buy
How
it.
is that even possible? Knock yourself out with your own ball. It's a different achievement then.
So you got a different cosmetic then. I got a new golf. I got a new golf club.
Alright, is that it? Are we done then?
I'm pretty well good. I think that's a good.
Stopping point.
Yeah. I got Amy Rose's hammer.
Nice.
What the fuck? Failed successfully. Finish a hole with a shot where the ball altered its course from contact from another ball.
Oh,
item,
sorry.
explosion,
That's
similar
a different
play
one. Never mind. Sorry, that wouldn't.
Yeah,
what
I was
the...
like, it wasn't that one.
Oh, it's how is that even possible? What's the achievement related, or what's the thing related to that? I don't know. What the fuck is the one related to that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming some achievements have like cosmetics tied to them, but I'm not seeing the achievements if there is. Oh, it's the ice cream hat. That's what it is.
The ice cream hat?
Yeah, in the hats there's an ice cream hat. How is that even possible? That's the achievement. You knock yourself out with your own ball. My microwave. Hey, man.
Yep.
I got Amy Rose's hammer.
The dive doesn't carry the same speed if you'd have speed going. It's so
Damn.
dumb.
That's sad.
Nuh-uh.
Fuck you. I got you, motherfucker. This game's fun though. Definitely fuck with
It
it.
is.
Trying to hit this thing. Nope.
God, the flintlock is so hard to shoot with.
Yeah, it is. But it's fun when you do hit it. When you hit a target. Yeah, I'm gonna set up some kind of collab for this game. This game's fun. I definitely think it was worth the purchase.
It'll be fun to play every now and then.
Yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's great. I'll play it whenever I am able to set up a collab for it. But I gotta find the people to play it with. I'm so curious, can I hit it while it's midair?
Nice shot.
You can hit it while it's midair! That's crazy. That's so insane. Check this out. You can like hit it while it's like...
Yeah, it still has a hitbox.
Yeah, it still has a hitbox, so you can actually hit it midair. See if I can... Okay, well, there it goes. It's rolling down the hill. Slowly.
Nice shot.
Shit.
Yeah, you can actually hit it midair, which is kind of crazy, because that could lead up to some crazy shots. I was trying to hit it, and it hit it. You almost knocked me into the coffee cup. I wonder if there's an achievement for that, actually. Actually, you know what? I know how to fix this problem. Nope, that's the wrong one. Give me boots, give me boots, give me boots, give me boots. That's not boots, that's a golf cart. That's coffee. Coffee does stack, which is kind of cool. I fuck with that. Oh, I got.
It stacks on the duration of the speed.
Yeah,
not on
yeah,
the
yeah,
speed.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm on the coffee. It did not give me an achievement.
I'ma hop out a call.
All right, thank you for
Alright.
playing.
Thank you for let me join.
Yup.
Thank you for joining me.
Boy.
Bye. So are you gonna wrap up, or what are you gonna do?
I have no clue what I'm gonna do.
Because I pretty much have done all I've wanted to do today, and I still got to film a short tonight, so I still got to film something. Oh, fucking trapped you under the fucking golf court. You know, different powers move it differently.
Fuck? What just happened?
What?
My Discord just suddenly started looking really weird. Oh, it's because I canceled my nitro and it only now kicked in. Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it. Can you hit me off of the thing if you flip the cart? I mean, you gotta see. No. You can shoot me off the cart. I know that for a fact. A microwave. That's crazy. Huh. Should go grab a gun and shoot them up. Ow.
Dolphin dive onto the mines. Ah.
Oh. No. No! Bitch.
Nice shot.
Nice shot! Oh, fuck. Alright. I think that's a good place. So do you think you're gonna keep going, or what are you gonna do?
I don't know. It depends on what else there is to do.
I guess that's fair.
Probably a game that doesn't have so much fucking green in it.
True.
It's fucking with my
True.
fucking green screen.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I gotta film some stuff. I'm probably gonna try to see what I can record for tonight, because I have no idea what I plan on recording. Truthfully. That was a lot of fun, though.
Depending on if people are on, still some like game modes and Gmod would still be fun.
I know Aaron and them are in Left 4 Dead, so that's yeah, they're over.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
playing Left 4 Dead. Well, one of them is. I don't know. All of them are.
I can't tell what Aaron's doing. He's appearing offline on Steam.
Yeah, he's been doing that recently, so I don't know. But I'm probably I'll raid into you and let you take care of my people while I.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. I don't know if you talked about that yet.
What?
Apparently Twitch is requiring new affiliates before their first payment to give government photo ID and a separate photo to persona, the same persona like before. They said when they asked Twitch for Twitch support for another option, they're like, there isn't one.
That's crazy. Hopefully they get out of there, because Discord just dropped Persona. So they better fucking get out of there. To be fair, I don't expect them
Persona,
to.
I don't know if they're gonna drop the age verification.
No, they're not. It's Discord.
No.
Twitch needs to not do that. I mean, to be fair, we're already affiliates, so it's likely they've already fucking, already sent our shit. But it's like, what can we do really in that situation, because we've already done it. But I'm gonna send them over to you. If you decide to do whatever, then you can take care of them. I am going to try to figure out what the fuck I need to film. I haven't even finished writing the not script, but the other thing. So
Got you. Well, I'm probably gonna end up